Hey, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Linux Hacking Stage 101. We are going to have an awesome time today. We're about to get started. I think we just letting the last few people into the room. And we're going to get started with a little bit of warm-up. So you should be happy. I don't have many slides planned for today. I've got all of 3, and I will do the intro in a few minutes. We'll just give everybody else a few minutes to log on in. And today we want to really just start off with somebody who's a very well-known person in the industry, Mr. Nicholas Negroponte, who was one of the 4 founders of MIT. And of course, I wanted to make sure everybody's got the opportunity to be learning. And this is where, of course, some of you might be at the beach. It's a Saturday, of course, in most countries. So we should be able to learn from wherever we are, as long as we've got a computer of some sort, internet connection, maybe a headset and whatnot, and we'll be good to go. So we're going to just get you all warmed up whilst we're waiting for the other folks to log on in. We're just going to get you warmed up with a little bit of history, and we're going to just start off with where technologies come from and where it's going to. We're not certain of that yet, though. But yeah, we're about to see a quick intro, 30-year history of technology, really. How do people learn? And when these kids were given a device with no teacher, they were able to learn. So today you're all going to be able to succeed, guaranteed. And that's because I'm going to be guiding and leading you through using a lot of the tools that are freely available. So as you're going to see, we're going to be jumping into some hands-on in the next couple of minutes.
Experiment is, can learning happen where there are no schools? And we dropped off tablets.
Right. Now you can see where those kids live, right? There's no hot running water. There's no, fancy buildings. This is their mud huts that they live in. And you can see the kid has got a tablet. They were given tablets with no instructions. And they didn't have any, background of schooling, or they didn't even have that privilege. So I grew up in multiple countries, England, South Africa, and America, and I got to see all different perspectives. So, Africa is obviously dear to me, because I realized how we can actually be helping everybody. And right now, being able to have skills is going to help everybody. So how do we learn? Well, take a look at these kids. No instructions.
With no instructions, and let the children figure it out.
What? You can see that kid's mother's going like, I don't know what the heck my kid's holding right now. Obviously, we can tell that's a tablet. So this is where we're all able to do this, folks. First thing you want to know is that you can do this. All right. We're all going to succeed today because we're going to have a lot of fun learning. And I want to just make sure I've got everybody on the same page so that you don't think it's going to be a waste of your time, because time is our biggest asset. And so when I want to help people, I want to make sure that I'm giving my free time to ensure we're helping others, because this is how the younger generation is being raised nowadays for the most part. Well, we hope that.
And in a short period of time, they not only turned them on and were using 50 apps per child within 5 days, they were singing ABC songs within 2 weeks.
Whoa, okay. And so, yes, we got 6 hours, and we're going to be doing some amazing things. And I'm going to be leaving you with some amazing tools that you can continue to learn. So these kids learned in 2 weeks, to sing ABC songs. Okay, not so impressive.
But they hacked Android.
Whoa, okay, hang on. Now that's impressive. They never went to school. They were given a device, and they figured out how to not just use the device, but they actually hacked Android. Now, obviously, Nicholas Negroponte, he's not a new guy in technology. So he wouldn't have said they hacked Android if they didn't hack Android. You could see where he's come from, right? So for me, this is amazing. When I started seeing this, I started looking at, well, we got to be able to help people learn differently. And that's what I want to make sure I get you to do first.
Android within 6 months. And so that seemed sufficiently interesting. This is perhaps the best picture I have. Kid on your right.
Wow. Okay. So how are we going to do this today? Well, we're all going to be participating, of course, and we're all going to be able to achieve some amazing things today. And we want to get you all set up. So this is us in a group. We want to help others. And when we actually help, so if anybody has a question in the group, if any of you know the answer, feel free to answer it, right? So I want to make the session as interactive as possible. And of course, these kids were helping one another.
Is sort of nominated himself as teacher. Look at the kid on the left, and so on. There are no adults involved in this at all. Kids are giving a press conference at this point and sort of writing in the dirt. And the answer is, what is missing? And I'm going to skip over my prediction, actually, because I'm running out of time. And here's the question, is what's going to happen?
And that is the main reason why we all need to have better skills, because everybody's going to be getting internet access as a human right, right? So this is the part where for the last couple of years already, I think we've seen with what Elon Musk has been doing, we've been trying to get internet access to everybody, even the rural people, by using, internet satellite as an example.
I think the challenge is to connect the last billion people.
All right, so yeah, the difference is connecting the last billion is different to the big cities, because a lot of the people that we want to connect are rural. Just because they're rural doesn't mean to say they're poor or they shouldn't have access to internet, right? So whether it be, as Chad was saying, capered by Amazon or Elon Musk's, or there's quite a few of them out there right now that's got contracts that are actually providing global internet access.
Connecting the last billion is very different than connecting the next billion. And the reason it's different is that the next billion are sort of low-hanging fruit. But
all righty, so now we know this is a key point. We can learn by using the technology. All right, so we want to start off with, first of all, getting everybody up and running. So we're going to be using TryHackMe. I literally just set up an account first thing this morning. So if you've never heard of TryHackMe, we're going to be able to go along and not have to waste time setting up a lot of virtual machines. Now, we'll be using some virtual machines in the demos, but one of the first things we want to look at doing is going to go and register for a tryhackme.com account. It's free. As you can see, I didn't even verify my account yet. So I didn't even verify the account with the email. So this is how I set it up literally a few minutes before we actually got started. And so that's the first task while we're getting our housekeeping covered. And the next thing we want to do is make sure as we go through today, I'm going to help you all keep up by us taking notes. And so the note system we want to look at using is, and of course you can use any application you like, but Cherry Tree is one of my favorite ones because we use this in a lot of penetration tests. Why do I like this so much? Because you control your own data. And that's pretty important. So there's a link. If you want to download Cherry Tree, you can download it for Windows, Apple, Mac. And of course, for those of you that do want an alternative, there are, but like I'm saying to you, for me, the big concern is, do you want to share your notes with everybody, or do you want to have your notes on your own system? So this is a website that is an alternative. I've heard some good things from it. I've not personally tried it, but as you can see, there's going to be an application that you would then have to install. So they would basically have access to your data. So everything we're trying to do nowadays, we want to try and minimize our risk. And of course, this is a great, tool, but you've got to synchronize in the cloud. And when you go along and you look at the actual terms of service, then you start realizing they have access to your data. So if you want to use Cherry Tree or you want to use Obsidian, there's both free. Well, the first one is definitely free with no uploads, and then Obsidian is also free. So you've got limitations obviously on these free versions, but we want to be taking notes. So I've already gone ahead and I have my notes already set up for some of the main things we're going to be already doing today. So once you go ahead and you've installed Cherry Tree, you will be basically at a new instance. That would be your blank screen. All right, so first thing we want to do is set up Cherry Tree, or obviously another way of taking notes, because as you're going to realize, we're going to be going through learning by doing. So as I've already just prepared a couple of items for today's topics, I will be, of course, showing you how to do the same thing. But as we take in our notes, this is going to be shared and it's going to be available in a database. So you can actually go and search for this. And the reason why this is so important, folks, is because things change so rapidly. And if we're not going to be able to take notes that we can go and research and search through later on, we're going to be missing out on a whole lot of information. So instead of just giving you the PowerPoint slides, we're going to be going through learning hands-on. And as we start learning, we want to take notes of the things we're learning. So we want to make sure everybody's going to be able to go through a lot of content with me today. And you're not going to need to have any hardcore, powerful machine. If you have your own virtual machine and you want to go through some of the demos with me later on, you'll be able to. We're going to just simply be using the Raspberry Pi operating system, either installed on a Raspberry Pi, or you can install that on your own virtual machine. So whether you're going to be using a Raspberry Pi 4, dedicated little, this is just a Raspberry Pi 4 with, a heat sink, and I've got the blurb. So there you go. And of course, you can use something as small as your Raspberry Pi Zero. All right, so this is a full-blown computer system. Now, when I started learning computers, it was Commodore 64 ZX Spectrum stuff, right? It wasn't, of course, it was then the 286s and so forth, but at first it was a Commodore 64. So taking notes is going to be very crucial for the things we want to be doing beyond the training. And I want to give you obviously some good practices. So things that I've done in the last 30 years in IT and specializing in security for the last 20 years, I want to share that with the world, and I want to make sure I'm sharing it with anybody who wants to participate. That's why we want to try and help the world gain better skills, because we know there's so much crap going on in the world with regards to cyber security. So yes, if we just go along and take a look at what's going on in the cybersecurity world, the Hacker News as an example, we can tell there's a lot of issues right now. And cybersecurity is going to be the number one thing that's going to help save human civilization, because, we see what's been going on with regards to, yes, Russia and Ukraine and the cyber attacks that have obviously been unraveling left, right, and center. So as we can see, we need better skills. If we want to be able to use our technology, bottom line, we need to have better skills. And so these are the things that we're going to be looking at. So first of all, a quick history of Linux. And like I said, we want to make this entertaining and enjoyable. So this is a fun lesson. This is a fun joint. We're all going to be joining in and learning and sharing. So if you've got anything to share, feel free to type it in the chat. Every hour, we'll take a 10-minute break. And then midway, we'll take about 45 minutes, 30 to 45 minutes for lunch, where you'll have a chance to obviously freshen up or whatever else you need to do. So Unix, when it was released, it's proprietary. So it wasn't free open source. So this kid comes along by the name of Linus Torvalds. And let's go along and check out Linus. That was his actual presentation. Now, you're going to laugh when we watch this, because I've left the translation on, and you're going to see their translation is horrible. I don't think they understood his pronunciation of some of his words. So we're going to be laughing a little bit, Jar, for about a minute or so. This was how far back it was when he released Linux.
The 1.0 release in '94 was certainly important, and it meant a lot to me just because there was a lot of work behind it. It was certainly a landmark to commercial use of Linux. It was really hard to use Linux commercially before.
So it wasn't that it was hard to use Linux before, it was that you had to pay for it. Now, when we all know Windows is a great operating system for business users, but if you're going into cybersecurity and you want to do anything security related, stop using Windows, because there's a lot of design flaws in Windows that makes it a lot easier to be hacked. I've done my MCOC a number of times, folks. So I've been working with Microsoft technology since the good old days of setting up networking with DOS and BNC cables. So all the experience I'm giving you now, I want to share that with people so that we can have more people do the things that we all can be able to do, whether it be networking, security, Linux, and of course, yeah, it was not free before. That was the original Unix kernels.
1.0.
Toivotan teidät tervetulleeksi tähän Linux-käyttöjärjestelmän.
Oh, it's finished. That's right. So I got to tell you, I was once in Finland and all I just remember is it was very cold. And I was working with some folks from the energy industry, and we're doing some security stuff there. And of course, the Finnish, they like to have their cold saunas. And then afterwards you go and roll in the snow. And I was like, hey guys, I'm from Africa. We don't see snow in Africa. We got to go. And they're like, no, just drink this and you'll be fine. And of course, I listened. I was like, I'll just drink this, right? Well, I was kind of fine for the cold, but yeah. So that's Finland. He's Finnish. 1994 is when Linus released Linux, the free version of Linux.
Julkistamistilaisuuteen.
Miksi tämmöistä Unixia ollenkaan tehdään, varsinkin tämmöisessä yliopistoympäristössä?
Now, you got to look at the translation then. He wasn't probably saying that, a fixed time zone Excel and contain them as you come to say up, stay in. Technology doesn't always work, especially when it's the first version, right?
On se, että niitä kyllä on olemassa PC-koneillekin, mutta niiden hintataso on erittäin korkea.
Mistakenly left in the open in the impetus of any network. All right, so yes, we're just having a little bit of a laugh because sometimes it's actually healthy and good to laugh. All right, this is who created Linux, and we're going to be using various different flavors today. So that's a little bit of a warm up. And then, of course, if you want to go and look at the real one, you're going to get a real kick out of this. This is pretty funny, right? So TED Talk. I will be sharing these websites with you all, folks. So there's nothing you have to take down right now. The whole point is I wanted to make sure everybody learns how to take notes. And then I can take this cherry tree file and then actually export it into PDF. But like I said, this is just basic text right now. And these are just some of the websites that will be used today. Right, so please make sure if you haven't got a free account with tryhackme.com, go and set that up. I don't work for them in any way, shape, or form. We're just going to be able to use all of their free technology. And that's where we look at the younger generation. Two guys from university decided that learning technology needs to be a lot easier. Right, so I will be showing you a lot more of these resources and sharing it all with you folks as well. So you're going to get a laugh out of the, TED Talks, the mind behind Linux.
This is such a strange thing. Your software, Linux, is in millions of computers. It probably powers much of the internet. And I think that there are like 1.5 billion active Android devices out there. Your software is in every single one of them. It's kind of amazing. You must have some amazing software headquarters driving all this. That's what I thought, and I was shocked when I saw a picture of it. mean, this is the Linux world headquarters. Where,
Yeah, it really doesn't look like much. And I have to say, the most interesting part in this picture that people mostly react to is the walking desk. It is the most interesting part in my office, and I'm not actually using it anymore. And I think the two things are related. The way I work is I want to not have external stimulation. You can kind of see it on the walls are this light green. I'm told that at mental institutions they use that on the walls because it's like a calming color. It's not something that really stimulates you. What you can't see is the computer here. You only see the screen. But the main thing I worry about in my computer is it doesn't have to be big and powerful, although I like that. It really has to be completely silent, right? I know people who work for Google and they have their own small data center at home, and I don't do that. My office is the most boring office you'll ever see, and I sit there alone in the quiet. If the cat comes up, it sits in my lap, and I want to hear the cat purring, not the sound of the fans in the computer.
I think we can all tell we're different. All right, so yes, that was a little bit of the person who obviously built Linux for us. And yes, you're going to be able to go along and get a lot of cool details. We're going to be using more of Debian today, only because it's more common. And of course, also Ubuntu. But these are just some of the resources. So when we look at using the Raspberry Pi Debian, that's just going to be able to be run on a virtual machine or on a cheap Raspberry Pi. So all of these resources that I am dropping to all of you folks, of course, you're welcome to take note of all those links. This is a recorded session, and you will all get access to this. So I'm just trying to see all the links on the screen. It's all coming out like it's one big blob, but yeah, it does work. So that's why if you've just joined us, I know there's folks that are just walking into the room right now. So welcome. But as you'll see, these are the notes that you're welcome to go and take some of the notes yourself. I always encourage that, but I will be sharing with you a lot of the notes because I'm not doing any PowerPoints today. Not at all. I'm going to be sharing my notes with you. And so you'll have everything you need. The PowerPoint is going to be us doing it. So the first thing we got to look at using is TryHackMe. So if you've got obviously like Linus, he likes to have his rooms a specific way. Well, of course, once you go along and you've created your free account on tryhackme.com website, it's first of all going to ask you, as you first log in, are you a beginner, early, intermediate? I selected beginner completely. And then I went along and I said, well, what am I going to do? I want to start a career in cyber. So we want to make sure that people who want to go into cybersecurity are going to have the skills they need to go into cybersecurity, because I see this so often that, and that's the part where I want to give the knowledge or the opportunity for people to enhance their skills. So I want to give up my time to ensure we're going to actually have more skilled cybersecurity professionals. So once you've selected your path to start a career in cyber, the clear choice that I selected here was pre-security. So before hacking something, you first need to understand the basics. Now, we will be hacking Linux today. As you saw, those kids learned how to hack Android themselves. So with us going through this in a great controlled manner with technology that's very easy to use, as you'll see, when you go along and you select the pre-security, you can then go along and start learning for free, meaning you can go along and use virtual machines inside the TryHackMe, following the instructions step by step, helping you learn. Right now, of course, you've got a virtual machine and you can use that virtual machine for up to 2 hours. So you can follow the instructions, or you can do what many of us like to do. And we go along, and if there's a sign on the door that says no entry, we want to go along and see what's in that room. So very often, when you put a big sign on the door that says no entry, we want to go along and actually go and see what's behind that door with a sign on. Now, if there wasn't a sign on the door, we probably wouldn't have gone along and actually, bothered much about it. But because it was explicitly said, hey, no entry, we would become pretty intrigued normally by something that's like, you're not allowed to go in there, right? So the pre-security will be pretty much preloaded for you. And then again, I'm just pointing out that for $10 a month, and if you're a student, you can get 20% discount, but you can then get access to over 550 different labs and rooms, and you're going to see how amazing it is to actually use this to learn. So make sure you go along and you create an account. Literally, that will take you probably about 2 minutes, as it took me 2 minutes this morning. And when I went along to obviously create the account, I haven't even verified the actual new TryHackMe. As you can see, please verify your email address. Click here to receive an email with your verification link. So I haven't even done that yet. So hopefully it will still continue to work for some time. And so once you've selected your Learn Cybersecurity, that's your pre-security path. So if you go along and you click on the View the Path, so here's the different basics that you can cover. So first off, the cybersecurity introduction, then network fundamentals, then how the web works, and Linux fundamentals. So we're going to be using an array of different options today. One of the first ones we're going to be going into will be the Linux fundamentals. So we're going to give you folks, normally on the hour, we take a 10-minute break. So this is the one we're going to be focusing mostly on today. And then we're going to be finishing off with the last portion of the day, where we're actually going to be going into, and I'm going to actually take you through being able to hack into a Linux Ubuntu server. So this is the learning environment that's going to really make it just amazing to be learning this way. I'm going to give you folks a few minutes to go along and create your account with TryHackMe, and we'll be obviously going through this together as a group. So I'll be actually doing it, and of course you are welcome to then follow. So when I'm going to go into the demos, I'll be turning off my camera, but obviously right now it's easier for you folks to obviously hopefully participate. And so this is the path that we're going to be going through and completing. Part 1, 2, and 3 of our Linux fundamentals. So I can explain it to you as you go through it. Now, you'll also be happy to know there's a video from a really amazing guy in the TryHackMe as well. So everything I'm doing today is going to be to try and help you go through this content by explaining some of the things and then showing you the other peripherals, right? And of course, before we just jump into want to learn in the TryHackMe environment, all of you are going to be like, okay, well, look, Wayne, I've just got this new computer. So let's pretend this is like your big desktop computer, and I want to learn computers. Well, you're going to go along and you want to go and install an operating system, right? So what we're going to be doing is just that. Now I can install the operating system so it can run on a mobile, low-powered or low battery powered type of machine, but the Raspberry Pi 4 has a lot more processing power than ever before. Even the new Raspberry Pi Zero, this has got 4 core CPUs. Yeah, that's how big the computer is. Awesome. And then I'll also be talking about how you can go along and add a little battery to yours as well. So these are all fully functional computers. This has even got an e-ink screen. I'm just trying to show you like where it's not cutting off the image there. So hopefully y'all can see that. Yeah. Awesome. And it's pretty funny how every now and then you get this, you know, so the blur in the background. Yeah, I've got my camera on. So if you're not watching the screen, you are, let me show you. That's the little computer system. Yes, it's a Raspberry Pi with a battery, and the Raspberry Pi is there, and then an e-ink screen. So yes, this is a computer system. You can carry it around in your back pocket. You can even do some nice 3D printed cases with a Cabanara and then attach it to your backpack. These are computers, right? So things have changed drastically, folks. They've even got even smaller than that. This is the Raspberry Pi Pico, full-blown computer. So computers have become a lot smaller. What are we going to do right now? We're going to go along and get you all set up with installing the Linux operating system. And I'm going to go along and I'm going to be using VMware for this. So you can either use VirtualBox or VMware. You can use the VMware player. So honestly, you can use anything. Now, actually, I think because this is free, let's go along and actually rather use VirtualBox. And of course, like I'm showing you in your Try Hack Me, you're going to be able to go and use Linux for free anyway. So this is just for those of you that want to actually be able to practice in your own environment. So this is Oracle's VMware virtualization, at least VM. It obviously is the VM VirtualBox manager that I'm showing you. So I want to go along and I want to install a new operating system. And of course, if you're on a physical computer, it's going to be similar, but you obviously have to go along and put in the CD or DVD or USB flash drive, whatever you're going to be booting from. So we're going to go along and we want to create a new virtual machine, right? So go ahead and click on new, and then I'm going to leave it by default. You can see it will be saving the virtual hard disk will be saved to my Windows users folder there. And so I'm going to go along and say, I want to use a Linux operating system. And I'm going to go along and select Debian 32-bit. So the ISO that is available for Raspberry Pi is only 32 bits. So if you go down to the Raspberry Pi operating systems, I'll put that in the chat. You will then go along and download. You can see it is a 32-bit ISO. Now, this is the latest version that you can actually download in the Raspberry Pi PC, Apple, Mac compatible distribution. But if you then go along, if you have a Raspberry Pi, a physical Raspberry Pi, you can use the 32-bit OS. The latest version or the previous versions, they will work on all Raspberry Pi models. So one operating system will work on all of those different hardware platforms. Now, if you want the 64-bit version of Raspberry Pi OS, then you're going to have one of these specific compatible Raspberry Pi hardware devices. All right, so at least the Raspberry Pi 02 supports 64-bit now. So it's going to make it that much more efficient and amazing. So those are the main options that you have for today. And of course, if you want to go along and just download Debian, that's fine. But what's really helpful with doing it this way is we're going to have a lot of the actual tools and the software already set up for us. So I'm going to go ahead and also show you how to set that up on a Raspberry Pi, or at least for a Raspberry Pi as well. So we'll be able to start up a virtual machine where we'll start it with Try Hack Me and also the virtual and the Raspberry Pi. So I've already gone ahead and downloaded the actual Raspberry Pi desktop and all the recommended software. So you can see that's like a 2.2 gig download. And so I'm just going to start off with showing you if you want to set up a Raspberry Pi or virtualization, because the Raspberry Pi setup is going to take a few minutes to actually write the image. So the software that I'm going to be using, you can either use the Raspberry Pi reader writer software that they provide, or you could go along and use the free Berliner Etcher. So Berliner Etcher, let me just open that up. Right, that's the interface, so you can see the spelling there, Berliner Etcher. And if you look at the question mark, it will give you a link to their documentation. And then also, if you look at the wheels there, you can also get the same thing. So it will link you to the same, I think GitHub is where it links you to. And if you want to go and download the software, that's going to be available from Etcher. So when we go along and look at making sure as we're about to do this, we're looking at like our learning tools, right? Try Hackme underneath our learning tools. Raspberry Pi. So that's an option. And this will be free application to write the OS image to your MSD card, so your micro SD card. And then all you have to do is just go along and select where you want to flash the file from, or even from a URL from the internet. And you can even clone a drive now as well. So there's a lot of cool new little features. Let me just go ahead and select my flash from file and point it to where my ISO is. At least not the ISO, the compressed image that I downloaded. So the latest version is Rasp OS Bullseye, and it ends in .xz or Z. So when I go along and I actually point it to that image, it's going to extract it for me. So you don't have to extract it yourself. You just have to point it to the actual compressed version. And then I'm going to go along and say, okay, I've got a flash drive. I haven't plugged it in. Let me plug it in. Just give me a second. I've just got to find an adapter. And now I can go along and select. So I've just used a 15 gig micro SD card. And you see it's going to now basically have two partitions when it's finished flashing that. So start flashing it. And in a couple of minutes, I'll be able to plug that into a Raspberry Pi and boot that up. All right, so just to make it pretty clear, the Raspberry Pi image will not work for the virtualization. So the Raspberry Pi image, you're going to need to download it from, here's the link to all the Raspberry Pis. So like you can see, if you have a physical Raspberry Pi, you'll use these images. So when you download that image, if you hover over, you can see at the bottom left on my screen, it's saying, oh, the file name is something bullseye arm hf img.xz. So the one for the virtualization is going to be this one over here, folks. It tells you the Raspberry Pi desktop compatible with PC and Mac. And if you want to go along and download that, you can go and copy that link. So that is the link. And I'll just paste that in the chat. All right, so remember, virtualization, you don't have to do this. I'm just making sure I'm showing you how to install Linux, because when we go into Try Hack Me, let me just show you this real quick. And we go along and we're going to start off with our Linux fundamentals part 1. And you click on that. You're going to be able to go along and start your actual virtual machine, all for free, folks. Everything I'm showing you right now is you're going to be able to participate, use these virtual machines for free. So when we go along, let me just show you, and I say start the attack box. You can see it saying, oh, non-subscriber user can only deploy the free attack box for 1 hour a day. All right, so I'm making sure I'm showing you what you can actually do with the free systems. And that's why, obviously, when you go along and you go through some of these exercises, you can only use those machines for an hour a day. Now, what that does mean, though, is you are able to go along and use the virtual machine that you're going to be either installing yourself. So the things we're going to be doing today are fundamental. You'll be able to go along and use the knowledge either on a Raspberry Pi or on a virtual machine, or obviously the free account, you can only use their virtual machine for an hour a day. All right, so that is obviously a limitation. And so if we now go along and continue our setup, installing our virtual Raspberry Pi OS, which is really Debian, it's called Raspberry OS, but it's actually Linux, and the flavor of Linux is Debian Linux. All right, so those are the two different options. And of course, here I could go along and give it a name like Raspberry Pi. So for those of you that want to know where to go along and download VirtualBox, if you just go along and search VirtualBox, I think it's just virtualbox.org. And again, you don't have to have a very powerful computer normally to go along and run one virtual machine that's going to be running Linux, because you can run it with a very little amount of memory, like 512 meg should allow you to run, but you won't be able to run all of the GUIs and whatnot. So that's for those of you who haven't been able to find a link to download your VirtualBox. So you'll go along and obviously select what platform you're running. So if you're running Windows, you'll go along and look at the Windows binary files. So if you click on Windows hosts as an example, there you'll see it will be downloading. The latest version is 6134. Excellent. So that's your free virtualization. Again, of course, Try Hack Me has some amazing tutorials. So even though you can only use their virtual appliance for 1 hour, you're going to be able to go along and continue on any of your own virtual machines. So that's, again, why I was pointing it out. If you obviously want to do this yourself, beyond the course, you're going to be able to do this. So we want to make sure you can actually set up all the different components that we'll obviously be using. And so once it's downloaded, just go along and obviously go through the default install. Somebody was saying Cherry Tree is blocked by Malwarebytes. That's interesting. Well, I'm not saying Malwarebytes is bad. I'm just saying definitely, as long as you're downloading Cherry Tree from this link, then you know it's the legitimate link. You should be good to go. And so this is where we see with all the security, when we enable some of the security, we're not even able to use our computers properly, right? So here's a link again if you didn't get the link for Cherry Tree. Not sure why Malwarebytes is blocking it, but it is open source. So that's where I like open source, because you can then go along and actually look at, if there's any backdoor or anything malicious in the software. And sometimes even when there is and you try to look into it, you may not always be able to find it. All right, so I'm going to plug in Drive so I can get the image. Okay, so this is where we're at. We literally, going to just follow through with this. Remember, this is being recorded, so everybody will be, I'm sure, emailed a link to download this. I do have to say that if you got extra emails, I apologize for that. We are testing new technologies, and all the technologies are not working with one another so well. So if you got extra emails for the link for the session, my apologies. We obviously wanted to make sure we can use things that were easy enough for people to be able to follow. And when you try and automate too many things, it doesn't always work so easily as we were figuring out, but I think everybody got what they were looking for anyway. So one of my favorite sayings is, you pay peanuts, you get monkeys, which you get what you pay for. And of course, that means, I want to make sure that I give at least of my time. If I had a lot of money, I would be giving everybody a license to go and, have a Premier account with the TryHackMe. But unfortunately, there are going to be obviously some limitations. All right, so we're going through setting up your Raspberry Pi OS. So you can just call it like Raspberry Pi OS. And like I said, it's a Linux Debian 32-bit, and you select next. I'm going to leave it at 1,000 megabyte because we can always change the memory later on, but obviously we'll see how that actually performs. So we'll select next. And now it's going to ask us about creating a virtual hard drive. So when it goes along and it actually creates the virtual hard drive, what's really awesome about VirtualBox is it allows you to create the virtual hard drive by either using your standard like Microsoft, where you can use your VMDK file format, or you can go along and use so you can actually use a lot of the different virtualization platform file type extensions, basically. So if you go along and say, I want to create a virtual hard disk now, you can see it's now going to say, hey, your file type. So if you want it to be compatible by running it in a Microsoft system, then you're going to be using VHD for your virtual hard drive. That was for your original Microsoft virtualization. And if you want to run it on VMware Workstation or others, that's going to be your VMDK, your virtual machine disk. So as you can see, the VDI is your virtual disk image. So I'm going to select next. And then storage on the physical hard drive, right? Remember, we're installing software on a hard drive. So if you're doing this on a physical computer, you'd be doing this a little bit differently, right? So looking at what it's telling us, please choose whether the new virtual hard drive, hard disk file should grow as it's used, which is the dynamically allocated. So that's very helpful. If you don't have a lot of space on your hard drive, then this is amazing because it won't use hard drive space you don't have. So as an example, if you go along and you set a fixed size, it's then going to go along and use the fixed amount of space. So it's going to, if you say I want a 100 gig hard drive and you say I want a fixed size, it will go and take that 100 gig. So when we go along, we say dynamically allocated, as you can read, that's going to be better for growing as you need the space. And as you can see there, fixed size hard disk file might take longer to create on some systems, but is often faster to use. We'll select next. And then you can go along and select how big do you want your hard drive to be. Now, because this is going to be dynamically assigned, I'm going to go along and just select 128 gig. So that should be more than enough space, for me to save a whole lot of stuff. 128 gig, and you can see the path. So my virtual hard drive will actually be that one file. And maybe it's going to create additional files there, but that's as effectively virtualization. So we're going to be able to run our entire Linux operating system in a virtual environment, which is running on top, in my case, of my Windows operating system. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and say create this virtual hard disk. And at this point, you've now seen a summary of what I selected as I went through that wizard. So when you go along and you say new, you can see it went along and it created a new virtual machine. And you can also group them together as well. So as you can see here, I don't know how that happened though, but you can put them into different groups if you want as well. Right, so that's actually just showing you how we can actually combine machines to set up an environment, basically. So if you want to set up a workstation and then a server, so you can actually be testing things in a virtual network, you're going to be able to do all of your virtual networking there pretty effectively as well. So now that I've set all of those basic parameters up, the only thing I didn't point it to was, well, where's the ISO? I need to point it to the installation CD DVD. So I'll go back and click on the settings now. And now when you go along and you look at your settings, you can see you have your general tab. And on the basic, your OS name, type, and version. Then the advanced. So there you can do things like drag and drop. We'll be changing that afterwards. So we'll be able to drag files from our physical machine. You'll be able to share the clipboard as well. So these are good options that you'll want to set up later on. You can give it a description, and you can even enable disk encryption, so it will encrypt your virtual hard disk. All right, so again, we're keeping things very simple for today. And then if you go along looking at your system, when you've got to go along and set up additional parameters for collaboration on a different platform, like let's say you want to go along and take this virtual machine and plug it in on a VMware virtualized application, you may need to be changing some of your actual virtual chipsets. So here you can see the chipset. I'm going to leave everything as default for now, although I doubt I'm going to need a floppy disk. Let me just check. How many of you people have found any shop selling a floppy disk of lately? Probably none of you folks, right? I'm just saying we can just remove the floppy disk. We don't need to have it boot. And then, of course, we'll change some of the other features if we run into problems. On the processor, this is only going to be using one core. So don't worry. If you've got more cores, you can use more. So let's say you've got a desktop that has 4 cores. You can go along and use 2 cores. It's going to be sharing your processing power. And there we can actually see my image that I set up on a micro SD card for a Raspberry Pi hardware device as finished as well. So I can close that down. At some point, I will be booting that for you folks and obviously taking you through the initial setup there. So that is pretty cool. Let me just make sure I plug it in so I know it's already in the Raspberry Pi that I'm going to use later on. And next up will be like your acceleration, and then you can go and configure your display settings. So how much memory to give. I wouldn't recommend trying to play 3D games or anything like that unless you've got a much more powerful machine. Storage, and this is the important part. So our serial ATA drive, which is virtual, that's our virtual hard disk. And it's saying, hey, invalid settings detected. So it's saying, hey, the IO APIC feature is not currently enabled. So it will be enabled automatically if you confirm your changes. So you can go along and obviously just go ahead and change that, where you go back to your system. processor. Oh, and there it is. So if you hover over there, you can see when checked, the virtual machine will support the input-output APIC, which basically, which may slightly decrease performance. Note, don't disable this feature after having installed a Windows guest operating system, because you'll have a problem. So if I click on that, you can see how that error has gone away, right? Very helpful. So going back to the storage now, what we want to point it to is this is the CD DVD that we're going to point it to the actual file, the image file, the ISO file. And so when we go along and select, this is going to be a live CD DVD. We now need to go and click on the little CD-ROM icon on the right-hand side so we can go along and choose our ISO disk. So we click on that link and we go along and say we want to choose or create a virtual optical disk. And so here we're going to need to go along and search for what I had before. So I'm going to go ahead and say add, and I want to go along and add that from my, let me see where that is. All right, so I've just linked that. As you can see, the version ISO. And now I'm going to go along and say choose. So effectively, this has put my CD DVD, well, this is DVD because it's 2.8 gig. So this is like me physically putting my DVD into the drive. I was just seeing some of the people's questions in the chat. I think everybody's following along. So all I'm doing is I'm just giving you this to set up. You can still be downloading it, but we're going to be going into the Try Hack Me. So I just wanted to go ahead and actually just show you the basics so you can then still continue. So for now, I'm going to select OK. And to go along and do the install, just to make sure everything's working. And of course, I'll be waiting for the rest of you folks so we can do the install together. So if I click on Start that virtual machine, you should see there's a little preview box there. It is busy booting up. And if you go and double click on that preview, it will actually drop it out into a big screen. Or if you go along and find your other box there, so there you can see it's now waiting for us to use an option. Well, I didn't select what I wanted to do, of course, so it just continued to boot. But as you can see, I've now just tested everything set up. So I'm going to just say, hey, go along and power off the machine. Right, so we will go through the install together. I just wanted to make sure you could go through the initial setting that up. And remember, this is being recorded, and you're welcome to take a screenshot of my desktop. So I'll be sharing everything. All right, now let's continue. So for those of you that want to go through learn the Linux fundamentals, for most of them, you won't need to start up the virtual machine anyway. But for some of the questions, as you'll see when you go through some of the actual exercise, it's going to be asking you some questions. And so some of the questions will need you to go and start a virtual machine or to actually go along and use theirs. So some of you may not be able to complete all of these exercises. I'm going to be going through them with you. And as we go through them, we're going to be creating notes. So as an example, when we start looking at task 1 is just the introduction, right? So welcome to the first part of Linux Fundamentals room series. You're most likely using a Windows or Mac machine. And of course, awesome. This is just the basics. So you're going to have to answer questions. And when you go along and click completed, it will then actually say, okay, you either got that right or you got that wrong. So as you can see, research, what year was the first release of the Linux operating system. And so again, this is where you can go and do a little bit of research there. As we looked at earlier on, we saw that was from 1994. There was that little video we saw of Linus Torvalds giving his presentation. For those of you that weren't here, there was Linus's presentation that he gave. The very first one, version 1, was released in 1994. Right, so that's pretty easy. Submit that. What? Not 1994? So if you go and look at the wiki, oh, it's going to say 1991. So obviously that might have been 102 that they released, but we can go along and verify that. So there's obviously links there, as you can see. When you hover over the name Linux, there's a link there. So if you right click, you'll actually be able to open up, oh, there's more information. Awesome. And then there's a link there for the text. What other resources? Oh. So you'll get used to obviously reading and navigating and what you can do when you click on some of these options there. It's just to sometimes just give you an explanation. All right. So for us, we go along and we're like, okay, yes, of course. Like I was saying, Wikipedia and his presentation, well, it all depends who's at, because they were doing this in beta. So that's maybe why they were talking about a little bit of history. So as we go through some of the content, you're going to be able to go along and add this to your notes. And I will be sharing the notes with you folks, but I always very, very sincerely suggest that you all take notes. Right. And the reason why you want to be taking notes is so that you can actually follow along and practice this. Right. So we go down to Linux 101. And yeah, we're just showing you how you can put some of this information in there. And you can then go along in Cherry Tree. When it's blank and you've not created anything in Cherry Tree, this is where you'd be starting off with. The first thing to do is to go to your tree. And you want to go and add a node. So you select add node, and then you can call this whatever you want to call it. So there's your new node. And then you can right click and add a subnode. So you can create a nice little hierarchical structure, and all of this information, when you save this into the Cherry Tree file, it's saved as a SQLite file. So it's a mini database. And then you can go along and say add subnode again. So you can keep adding a lot of awesome content. Awesome. So that's how we use Cherry Tree, folks, to take some notes. And then what's really awesome is once we've finished taking all of our notes from today, you're going to be able to go along and generate your PDF. So you can export all of your notes into the document that's going to have taught you all the things we need to know about the fundamentals of Linux and Linux hacking. So that's just showing you the basics of Cherry Tree. And this is already what I've done. So I start off with just creating Linux skills, then a sub node called learning tools. And then on the tryhackme.com, just showing you the same things I've been doing. So I don't want you to have to go out and spend $10 a month if you don't have to. Of course, if you really want to get into cybersecurity, what I can tell you is I like to use TryHackMe, because when there's a new weakness out and I need to go and practice doing it, they very often have got everything set up for me, so I can actually just go along and practice using the environment. So as an example, I don't have to then go and set up an entire target system to ensure I can exploit it, as an example. So in life, we actually can do more if we keep things more simplified. If you overcomplicate things, you're not going to get extra points in life. You're just going to make it harder for yourself. So these are some of the things that I'm just pointing out I went through. When you've set up a TryHackMe account for the first time and you log in, it's going to ask you, what is your experience level? Then it's going to go along and say, what are you learning? So I selected to start a cyber career or to start a career in cyber. And then it said, okay, choose your learning path. Now, what that really means at this point, and this is really cool, is even though I might be over there, I can always just go back and say, hey, I can go to the learn and go back to the main section there. And then go further down, they've got all sorts of different learning paths. Some of them are not free though. But also what's amazing is they've got separate modules. So if you want to go along and you want to just practice network scanning with Nmap, you can go along and be like, boom, let's go along and learn some basics of Nmap. And of course, you'll see there's quite a lot of free rooms available. So a room is basically going to teach you some free things. And some of the other ones are where you need to actually have the paid $10 a month. So I'm not affiliated to TryHackMe in any way, shape, or form. I'm not going to be making any money by suggesting this to you. I'm simply wanting to use a platform that people can utilize for free and obviously learn cyber. And we're going to be looking at, the Linux fundamentals. So you can see they've got an amazing array like network exploitation basics. So for today, we're going to be going through the Linux fundamentals. And even if you don't have the ability to actually access it, because you're going to be using their virtual machine, you're still going to be able to do the same things as I go through, because I do have a premium account. So I will be able to continue to show you, obviously, through the whole session. So I'll be sharing with you as we learn the fundamentals. We'll be actually doing it within a Linux machine. So either you're going to be using the TryHackMe Linux machine. So make sure you don't start up your appliance, because you can only use it for an hour at a time, and you want to make sure you've shut it down. So that's what we're going to be using for now. And yeah, I didn't even realize it's already way past on the hour. So every hour, we're going to take a quick 10-minute break, folks. We want to make this very enjoyable for everybody. And because it's a Saturday, we want to make it fun. So if you've got kids running around, or family and your wife or husband's, you're all cool. This is a Saturday group, get people together and let's all learn and help one another, and in a free community style fashion. All right. So we're going to take a quick 10-minute break. All of the websites that I'm using right now, I've already been saving in my Cherry Tree notes, and I will be sharing my Cherry Tree notes with you all. So I encourage you to take your own notes, of course. Some of you might not speak English as a primary language, as your mother tongue. So yes, but I'm here to help. I'm not holding back. I'm going to give you everything that I can give you for free. And hopefully that will get you into wherever you need to go. And this is not the first workshop we're going to be running for free. This is going to be something I'm going to be doing on a monthly basis. I want to give back to society. And the reason being, ladies and gentlemen, is we are short of cybersecurity professionals. And if we don't have enough skilled cybersecurity professionals, there's going to be more people that are going to be harmed. Yeah, because the technology is going to be harmful. Like if we don't know how to control it. Yeah, maybe I've been watching too many, strange videos, but yeah, you're going to see when we get back from a 10-minute break, we're going to make sure you understand how your brain works, because we've got to learn this stuff, and we're going to be learning it by doing it. And as you'll see, when we get back from a quick 10-minute break, we're going to be rocking on with hacking Linux the whole day. So you've got 10 minutes to go and grab some tea, coffee, or to continue sorting out your machines. I've purposely, stayed where I'm at. So I will leave my Oracle VirtualBox up. So if any of you haven't set up your Oracle VMware VirtualBox software, you can, and then set up a new virtual machine. And of course, if anybody wants to answer any questions in the room, please, we're all here to help one another. So please be my guest. We want to make sure everybody's able to collaborate and share with one another openly without any restrictions. So I will leave that up, and I will bring up my quick timer. So we'll take a quick 10-minute break every hour. We'll take a break for 10 minutes. That way, everybody will be able to stay focused. And we'll see you in 10 minutes. Thanks so much, everybody. I really appreciate you taking some of your free time to come and hang out with me, learning about Linux and hacking. It's going to be a great day. We'll see you back in 10 minutes. All right, folks, we are back. So we're making sure we're taking notes. I'm going to be taking notes for you all because it's the weekend and you should be resting. But of course, if you really want to be learning, we want to make sure you understand what the most important parts that you've got to follow if you want to succeed. This is something that I can tell you now, I wasn't always so aware of the reality, but since I've been building a lot of artificially intelligent computer systems, in order to build AI, you kind of need to know how the human brain works. And so for a long time, I had to go and figure out the stuff because how do we learn, right? Oh, well, I think we're going to be taking a quick look at that right now. So this is Dr. Bruce Lipton. And he's going to help us teach ourselves how to learn more effectively and more efficiently. And as you'll see, this is making sure reading a book is important, but as we want to learn, you're not going to learn if you just read the book. So this is why we've got certain people in cybersecurity.
This is the bigger.
Go out and pass a lot of certifications, which is good and helpful. However, if you don't have the skills that back up those certifications, well, that's the problem, right? Because we've got a lot of people that are smart, so they can go and read the book and go and pass the exam, but then they get hired for a job and they don't have the skills to do the job. In IT, that's one thing, but in cybersecurity, if people are going to interview you for a job in cybersecurity, they're going to test your skills. They're going to test your skills by using these skills assessment ranges where you have to go along and do things that they don't give you the instructions for. So you have to go along and actually prove you have the skills. So this is the key point, right? He's a doctor, I'm not. So I'm just sharing with you things that have helped me learn how to actually continuously keep doing a good job and to stay in the industry by learning all the time. You've got to make learning exciting. And so this is the part when you look at how a computer system works. We have your long-term storage in a computer called your hard disk, your spindle-based hard disk, right? And then you have your short-term memory in a computer system called your RAM, random access memory. And here's the basics. When you go to sleep at night, folks, all of your temporary information in RAM is then stored in your long-term storage called your subconscious mind. You control all of this. So let's take a look from a doctor who has taught at universities for many, many, many years, and he's a very well respected and trusted expert in this field. This is not me speaking. This is me making sure I'm giving you the knowledge of what you need to do to ensure you can actually get a better job or continue to grow in your career path?
monkey wrench in the system.
What? You can program your mind overnight? Okay, so we started off with looking at those kids in Ethiopia where we saw they were given a tablet, no teacher, no instructions, and they figured it out themselves. Okay, what are we doing wrong? We want to be doing things not for our ego. We want to be doing things to help others. If you're going to be doing things to show off, it's not always going to work out well. I had to learn those lessons too, folks. So I'm not telling you anything I haven't done and haven't experienced, because remember, you've got to see the world through your own eyes. So don't believe anything anybody tells you. Always, always go and verify and validate this. I'm sharing knowledge with you that you can choose what you want to do with.
And that is, we had started off with the fundamental belief that the conscious and subconscious were just the unity of a single mind. So if the conscious mind became aware of something, then the subconscious mind should, of course, follow along with it as well, because they're both together. It's two separate minds, but they learn in different ways. Here's the critical part. Conscious mind, being creative, can learn in a creative fashion. Conscious mind can read a self-help book, and after one reading go, oh yeah, I've been educated, I know how this, I should do it this way, and my life could be really good if I understood this. And then you say, well, I just read the book and I understand how it all works, and yet my life is still exactly the same.
Wait a minute, let's make sure we get this, folks. Right, so if we just read the book, and this is the part with computers. Again, I want to make it very clear. Books are very important. I read a lot of books, or should I say I listen to a lot of books very often, because if you're moving around, I like to be busy. And whenever I've got an opportunity to learn, I want to be learning, right? But as you've just seen, if you read the book, it's not necessarily going to make a change in your life yet. And that's because you've got to actually follow through. It's not about just reading the book. It's about actually going to practice and get the feeling of whatever you read in the book. So if the book tells you to wake up every morning and do a 5-minute, stretching exercise because it needs to allow your blood to flow through your body. Oh, that's the other part. People have forgotten that we are biological electrical computers. If you go to the doctor, they want to check your vitals. They plug you into an ECG machine. They're going to be checking the electricity running through your system. These are the things I didn't learn at school or in biology. So I'm sharing things to ensure everybody understands how to make your machine work as effectively as you can. We all are different looking, but most of us, I've been shot and stabbed. I come from a police background, so I've had many near-death experiences. And for me, that's what's helped me change things in my life. And I want to share that with everybody who wants to succeed as well. So just reading the book is not going to necessarily get you to change things, as you continue to see in this little quick intro.
You can go to the lecture, you can read the book, you can watch the video, you can even just go, aha, and the conscious mind, being creative, can learn just from simply that. Read the book, it learned. I go, what about subconscious? I go, here's your problem. It's a habit mind. I said, well, how do you create a
So as we're going to be doing things today, practicing things, that's how we create the habit, right? Reading the book once, that's like not a habit. So once you've read the book about how you do something, then you want to go along and practice those things. So you create a habit of that. It's like when I started doing martial arts. In the beginning, I already sucked at it. I was pretty bad and would get I would get whipped around by a 5-foot-tall Japanese lady who was really like 60 years old, right? But after I kept practicing and I created a habit of doing those movements, I remembered it. Oh, cool. So we've got to practice things and repeat them.
habit? I go, reading the book once, it's not a habit. So what's the point? The self-help book you read was picked up information-wise, educated, and enhanced your conscious awareness, and yet didn't touch any of your subconscious programs. You have the same behavior you had before you read the book, after you read the book. Why? Conscious mind learns by reading the book. Subconscious habit you don't learn from that one reading of the book. So the conscious mind, subconscious mind learn in different ways. How can I teach the subconscious mind? Number one, so many of us talk to ourselves. You know, I love donuts. Margaret, my partner, calls them circles of death, but you know, I love those guys. And of course, my health wasn't that great at this time. And so my programming is don't eat donuts, don't eat donuts. And I keep talking to myself, don't eat the donut, don't eat the donut. And then sure enough, 5 minutes later, there's a donut in my hand and it's about halfway finished when my mind catches on, oh my God, you're eating the donut. Well, now being so upset, well, you might as well finish it now that you started it. And then I eat the donut, okay? And I go, wow, I kept talking to myself not to eat the donut. Why did I eat the donut? And here's the fun answer. The conscious mind, yes, you're in it. Remember I said that's a seat of your identity, your spirit, your consciousness. That's where you are. Oh, then who's in the subconscious mind? I go, nobody. There's nobody in there. It's a machine like a CD recorder. Why is that relevant? Well, let's say I record a program on a CD, put it in the machine, push play, and it plays the program. And I say, I don't like that program. So I say, okay, CD player, change the program, make something more fun and something I would like better than this program. Then, of course, the program continues to play just as it was, and then you get a little more upset. Come on, please change that program. I asked you to change the program. Don't eat the donuts. Don't you remember I said that? Still eating a donut. I get very frustrated and very upset with myself, and then I really almost give up because how many times do I have to tell myself not to eat the donut, still end up eating the donut to realize it's not making any difference at all. The point about it is this. When your conscious mind was telling your subconscious not to eat the donut, who were you expecting to hear that message? And then you realize there's nobody in the subconscious, a machine. So I say, yeah, go talk to the CD player. It's playing a track on an album. I say, okay, tell it to play something different. Just talk to it. And the answer is, it's not going to change. It'll never change. I go, yeah, there's your problem. Trying to talk yourself into change.
So we've actually got to go and learn by doing, right? That's a whole key point here, folks. And again, this is so you all know how to succeed. These are things that I kind of understood, but I never really understood them because it takes what we call experience. In life, you go through and you live life and you go through experience in life.
Is not going to work because the subconscious mind has nobody to listen to your story. So I said, well, how does it change? I said, well, how does it learn? And here's the 3 things to rewrite your subconscious. Number 1, how did it learn in the first 7 years, the programmable period? I say, oh, the brain was in a low vibrational frequency called theta, which is hypnosis. So if I use hypnosis, I can download a program. I can say, yes, you can. That's how you can do it. And I go, do I have to have somebody else do the hypnosis on me? I go, you know, here's the fun part. The vibration of theta is a low vibration. It's below consciousness, which is alpha. And a higher vibration in alpha is beta, which is like schoolroom studying, you know, work mind, work consciousness. And so there's higher vibration is beta. The next one down is more calm, is alpha. When you go down below alpha, theta, which is the hypnosis or imagination phase as well, because children in that theta period, first 7 years, mix the real world and the imaginary world seamlessly. And that's because theta is imagination and reality mix. And then below theta is one lower vibration called delta, which is absolute sleep. I say, well, what's significant? I say, well, every day when you wake up, you're coming from delta, the lowest vibration, just as you're waking up in the morning, just as you're coming out of sleep, the immediate, like, groggy period in that beginning, that's theta. That's where imagination and hypnosis and reality start to mix together. So guess what? Every day when you're going to bed or when you're waking up, you go through a zone of theta. Naturally, from sleep vibration delta, the lowest, to waking up, you have to go through theta. Theta is imagination. So guess what? If you put earphones on and play a program as you're going to bed.
All right, now remember, you can do this yourself. You don't have to have anybody else do the hypnosis, right? This is you basically putting, when your brain is in hypnosis state, effectively, you're going to be listening to whatever you want to be learning. I mean, come on, folks. We're going to be able to read a book while we go to sleep. When I saw this, I was like, I'm in. I'm in. Oh, what? I can. And if you don't try it, 99% of people don't try it. Why not? Because their ego says this won't work. This is not true. This is false. So before you go along and make an opinion about anything in this world, You have to try it. Do not be afraid to try it. When you believe in yourself, and I want to tell you something, you should believe in yourself. If you want to put the effort in to doing something, you're making an effort, you got to believe that you're going to achieve it. And you will if you keep making the effort.
Just as your conscious mind lets go and is not paying attention to the program at this point, you're really going off into sleep. Theta is engaged. And what's theta doing? Taking the program and downloading it into the subconscious mind, because that's what theta does, hypnosis, bypassing the conscious mind, which just went to sleep. So every night, putting on earphones and playing a program of a behavior that you want to create in your life, repetition of that every night will then manifest that experience. So the first 7 years, hypnosis, theta, auto hypnosis with earphones, I said, and going to bed, that's the way you can program it. Number 2, what about programming after age 7? I go, oh, well then the conscious mind's working. So how do I put a new program in? I say, you practiced. You repeated something over and over and over again, making a habit out of it.
Alrighty, so if you're interested in that, you can go and watch the rest of that. I wanted to make sure that you're able to get an insight from people that obviously are experts at this. And we'll be looking at some other resources there as we continue today. So we're now ready to get up and running. And yes, we're going to go and do some of the hands-on. I will be logging in, so I'll use a Premiere account so that I can actually be going through and doing some of the demos. And then also at the same time, we're going to go through and install Linux. So that way you folks will be able to follow, even if you don't have the credits to go and participate still in Try Hack Me, because they only give you 1 hour a day to use a virtual machine, which understandably, you know, they're obviously paying for the electricity. So, you know, it's still free to go and access all of the material though. So just because you can't run the virtual machine doesn't mean you're not going to be learning, as you're going to see, right? So I'm going to continue now with doing the actual install, and you'll be able to, of course, have a video of this. So you will all be able to go and practice this yourself. Once the session's finished, you should get a link to download the video, and we will also publish it on our blog, so that we want to make some of the fundamental stages to cyber an easy path for people to attain. So once we set up our free Oracle VM VirtualBox operating software, at least, we can now install a virtual operating system on there. So we've set everything up already. If you're just joining us, we downloaded the Raspberry Pi ISO file, which is an image of a CD, actually a DVD, because it's like 2-point-something gig. And we then just set it up by going through the wizard. When you go along and say new, you can follow through that wizard, and literally it's dead easy. You'll see it in the video. So we're going to go ahead and power this up now. And now when it powers up, you will see there will be a preview window, and it will also open up another separate window as well. And that's telling you about, you have the auto capture keyboard. So I'm going to go ahead, Jaron. Now you can actually go along and basically run this temporarily. So you can actually use this without installing it. So if I go along and say, run with persistence or without persistence, it just means that you're not going to be able to save things. In the way I'm doing it, you're not anyways, but you can always then attach a flash drive. So we'll start off with, what is this run with persistence? I have to be honest with you folks. I understand the basics though, but sometimes it doesn't always make sense. So you have to go along and actually test either or. So if I go along and say run with persistence, it had some error messages though, but you know, as we see with a lot of things that sometimes are free, you get what you pay for. And of course, this is free operating system. It's, as you can see, powered by Debian. But Raspberry Pi OS has been just manipulated for people to obviously go out and learn. So there you can see we've basically booted a temporary operating system, which we would then have to go through and actually set up. But nothing that we do here would be saved. So this was just giving you the basics of showing you that you can still learn without having to install it. So right now it's not installed. But if I go along and shut this down, so if I go along and say machine ACPI shutdown, it's going to basically just shut it down. And so now I'm going to go and start it again. This time I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, I actually want to go and install this as an operating system. And so now I'm going to go along and select the graphical install. There's even a speech install. So you obviously want to choose your language. They're going to obviously default it to British English because it's developed by a British speaking person. And so you can go along and change it to American English or whatever other language you like. Now, remember, there's no real physical CD, DVD. This is all done virtually. That's why we gave it an ISO file. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory. It's basically now getting all the components off of the image. It's detecting the actual hardware. So when you're doing this on a physical computer, it's going to be doing the exact same things. We just set up things as a virtual component, as you'll see when I show you some more demos as we go through the rest of the day. So here you can go ahead and, of course, go along and do this all manually. But if you're new to IT, I would just recommend go along and say use the entire disk so that it's not going to confuse you with some of the lower level computer hardware is something that you might want to dive a little bit deeper into. If you're not familiar with the exact details of hard drives and motherboards and firmwares, there's some great learning in the TryHack Me as well. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and just say guided, use the entire disk. And select continue. There's the virtual hard disk that I created earlier on. And I'm going to say keep everything in one partition. As you can see, it's recommended for new users, but if you're more experienced, you'd want to obviously set that up for better performance. So you would actually have multiple partitions that you would set up. And there's the basics, as you can see. So what this has just taught us now is, oh, okay, so the default is to set up a primary partition in Linux. Your Linux partitions are generally using ext file systems. So this is currently going to be using the ext4 file system, and your file system is basically how you organize all of your data on your system. And then it's going to use a swap partition as well. So that means if you've only got 1 gig of memory, your RAM chip, remember, is different to a hard drive. So you will be able to use some space on the hard drive to actually, but that's normally going to slow your performance down. If you're looking at using a solid state laptop, and of course your solid state disk in your laptop is obviously a lot faster. If you're using a spindle based hard disk where you can tell if you listen to the machine, it's going to be zzz kind of thing, right? Yeah. So a solid state, your SSDs are basically RAM memory chips for all intended purposes. And so that's where you see swap space nowadays. When you're looking at a high-end machine, it's not normally necessary because, or if it is, you can then use the actual SSD because it's still very fast. Not necessarily always as fast as RAM, but a lot faster than a physical spindle hard disk where it's still spinning with all those plateaus. So we'll select the finish. And then just select yes, write the changes to disk. All right, so now it's busy installing the operating system. I'm going to let that finish. So it's obviously copying everything to the actual virtual hard disk in this case. And of course, once that's finished, we'll have a fully ready to use Linux operating system that I'll then take you through doing the actual updates. And of course, yeah, this is a little slow, but this is, again, so many people haven't really used Linux or they haven't used it for 5 or 10 years. So yes, we're going through the basics. Awesome. So that will be set up in a few minutes. And now we can actually jump into our TryHackMe. So if you go down to your different learning paths, like I said to you, you can always just click on Learn. There you can see some of the modules. And of course, we're looking at the Linux fundamentals. Now, the first two sections are actually pretty easy, got to be honest with you, but it starts getting a little bit more interesting when you look at the part 2, as you'll see, and then some excellent hands-on with part 3. And we're also going to be going to Target. So for those of you that want to actually set up your own system to actually practice the hacking on as well, let me show you the link. You can go along and download a vulnerable appliance. So you can actually go along and download a vulnerable old Ubuntu machine called Metasploitable. And Metasploitable was set up by a Rapid7 company. They have a product called Metasploit, and you can actually use the free community edition on Metasploit. So they set up this vulnerable Ubuntu machine. As you can see, Metasploitable is an intentionally vulnerable Linux virtual machine. It can be used to conduct security training, test security tools, practice common pen testing techniques. There's the default login and password. And of course, you can go along and download that. It's only less than a gig size to download. So later on, after lunch, we'll be doing some of the actual target attacks where you will either be able to target it in TryHackMe, or you can then just go and download the Metasploitable. It's just really, when you're looking at using Metasploitable and something like a Raspberry Pi OS, you can install all of the popular hacking type tools with a couple of commands, as we'll show you some of those projects. But this is going to be a vulnerable machine that you can use to practice your attacks against. And obviously, it's a very small download. If you have to go long and download a lot of other appliances, they're going to be a lot bigger. All right, so we're going to be jumping into Linux Fundamentals Part 1. You remember you can actually go and watch an entire YouTube video doing this as well. So if you want help on the solution, you're going to actually have a video. And of course, as you can see, once you complete it, it will actually give you that you've completed this task. So I'm obviously going through this again, as you can see. So it's not about testing you whether you've got the right or wrong answers. This is about making sure everybody knows how to follow through. So starting off with interacting with your first Linux machine. So when you open that up, this is where you'll actually see this room has an Ubuntu Linux machine that you can interact with. All your browser, obviously all done within your browser. And when you go along and say, start this machine, you'll see it's going to actually set up your split screen. And that way you can go along and you can also then, when you have that booted up, it will actually give you an IP address. Like in one of the other ladder labs, you'll see how we're going to be doing will be SSHing into the machine as well. All right, so I've still got some folks that are just still joining the session. If you have just joined us, not a problem. The session is being recorded. And currently we're going to be going through one of the tryhackme.com rooms called Linux Fundamentals, Part 1. We are also installing our virtual machine. So mine's pretty much installed right now. We just installed Raspberry Pi OS, which is a Debian Linux flavored system. And the last step there is to install the Grub bootloader to the master boot record. If this doesn't work, then the OS would not actually load. So we're going to go along and select the SDA hard disk and then continue. And this is the final part. So for those of you that want to continue to do some of these very basic commands initially, you can either do it on a Raspberry Pi, physical Raspberry Pi running their own OS or another Linux derivative, or you can run this in Oracle VirtualBox, where we've just gone through and actually set up the operating system by actually installing it. So as you can see, it wasn't very complex going through the actual installation there, folks. And now my machine is about initiated in the TryHackMe. And of course, you'll then be given the IP address of that machine. And if you do, you can see it's Ubuntu, if config. Oh, if config's not installed. So if you want to find out your IP address, you can always go along and install the NetTools. So simply, well, let's see, it says, please ask your administrator. Sudo, the password there, I think it's going to be TryHackMe. And of course, this is not allowing me to change. So in this machine, I don't have root privilege to go along and install it. But we'll get into that anyway. So for now, we want to actually go along and follow the instructions. So I don't want to make things more complicated. So on the instructions, you'll see they're going to be reminding you to click terminate. So once you've finished doing your exercise, you want to go along and actually terminate the machine. So right now, because I'm going through the education, you will only be able to use a virtual machine in TryHackMe for 1 hour if you're using the free non-paid account. A paid account only costs $10 a month. So you can always go along and subscribe at a later stage, because you'll be able to continuously practice these commands. So I've deployed my first Linux machine. You would go along and click on that. So it would say you've answered that. And then the next section is running your first few commands. So this is where we're now going to go along and say, okay, cool. As we learn in, we're going to be able to take notes of all of this. So we want to make sure we can remember all of these fundamentals, right? So when we look at the screen right now, that's the terminal, right? You do have the ability to use a GUI as well, but this machine they've given us, this is just a low level with a command line. All right, so this is what a terminal looks like. We need to be able to do basic functions. So it's your interpreter. When you go along and you put in commands, like you can see there, see the snippets below for an example of each command. The echo, the who am I. So the echo will just simply output any text that we provide. So when we go along and say we want to echo that out, think about an echo, right? ECHO, your echo, and whatever, right? It's just going to echo that command. And then who am I will be who are you logged on as. So pretty basic, right? And again, this is where you can go and say, okay, cool. I want to take a screenshot of this. So I'm going to be using the Windows screen snipping tool. If you're on a Linux machine or Apple Mac, you can do the same And of course, you can go and try this on any other Linux machine as well. So as we're going through the course, underneath the Linux 101, let's just give you some of the details. And now we'll go along and add there from try hack me. And we're going to go along and paste the notes. And then you can, of course, always add additional details to that. But when we go along, we actually take a screenshot of that. We're actually remembering it. It's going to be storing that in much longer term because we're actually taking like a screenshot. And of course, there you can actually see if we wanted to output the text, try hack me, what would our command be? And of course, you can see I've gone through all these exercises. So if you do need help, you can click on the hint button and they're going to tell you, so when you're doing some of the questions, sometimes it's not always logical. So as you can see, when you look at the hint, it's like going like, well, don't copy them with the quotes. So if you had the answer as echo quote, then that's why they gave you the hint. And then what's the username? Exactly what you just saw me do, the who am I. So pretty straightforward if you want to obviously get the answers there. Now remember, with some of the actual exercises, you're going to have to use their virtual machine because they're going to get you to look for like specific things that are only installed on their machine. But that doesn't mean so you won't be able to practice. You'll still be able to practice all the things they're getting you to do on your own machine. All right. So this is just the basics initially. And now we go along and say, okay, well, that was pretty cool. That was a simple task 4. We get it. First few commands. And now we want to look at interacting with the file system. So these are just very basic commands, but do you know how many people that have been using these Linux systems for a long time don't know all of these fundamental commands? Yeah, there's a lot. So next section there is we want to now interact with the file system. And we can go along and take a screenshot of that. So when you log onto an operating system and you go and browse and you want to download pictures as an example, you're going to have to go along and start looking for those pictures. So next up, we're going to be using the list, the ls, which is obviously to list things. It's listing is the actual command. And this is where you'll actually see right now, we're going to keep it to these commands. So you have ls, that's for your show a list. So if I've got a USB flash drive that I plug into a Linux machine, I can do ls USB, list any USB device I have attached. Pretty straightforward. And obviously, if you don't have anything, it's not going to list anything there. And then cd, change directory. Cat, we're not talking about the meow, meow, meow cat, although cats are beautiful creatures. We're talking about concatenate. As you'll see, we'll be basically able to read the contents and then show it to you. And then PWD is also going to be amazing because when you are deep in your hierarchy on your file system, you might not remember where you are in the file system. So going along and doing PWD will print your working directory. Right, so pretty straightforward, as you can see there. And then, of course, the ls. But in Linux, if you get stuck with any of the commands, you're going like, I have no idea what that means. You also have the man command, which is short for manual. So I could go along and look at the manual. I could do man ls. And that's then going to give me an explanation of, oh, great. So as we're going through this, I know some of you may already be, seasoned cybersecurity professionals, which is great, right? But I wanted to make sure I'm offering free time to all of those that want to learn this workshop. We're covering Linux and then Linux hacking. It's stage 1. So if you want to hack into a system and you don't know how it functions, how are you going to hack into it? It's like trying to, find your way through your house blindfolded. Now, of course, if you've lived there for a long time, it's not going to be too difficult. But if you've never been there before, yeah. So this is showing you the manual page. So you can go along and take a screenshot of all of this. Right? You don't need to actually go and buy a book. You just have to use the computer system with the operating system that you want to learn. Really, just like that. And so I'm trying to make it nice and pretty, but it might not always be perfect. So as I'm going through this, this is how we learn. You should be doing the same thing, because when you go along and you do a screenshot of that, it's like you're taking a photographic memory, so you're going to remember it for a lot longer. Hey, I'm just giving you some cool ninja skills that are going to help you remember things much more, right? So next up is the CD. Not a CD-ROM, because that's the other issue with this industry is the different analogies that they have is one thing, but when they got the same acronyms, you're going like, well, CD, it's a compact disk. Well, it's also a change directory command in your Linux terminal. Oh yeah. So you want to make sure we go along and practice these things, right? When you want to go along and change to different directories. So you go Q to quit the manual, and then Control L will normally clear your screen, Control L. And of course, you can do LS. That's going to list the different folders you've got. But as you can see, you can go then change into those other directories. You don't have to change into those directories, because you can just simply go along and say, hey, list what's in folder 1. Oh, there's nothing in folder 1. What about in folder 4? Oh, in folder 4, there's a note.txt. Aha, cool, I'm getting that, right? So using LS is not that complicated, but I want to make sure people know how to actually use it properly. So there's the LS. Want to make sure we take a screenshot. So remember, if you want more details and more in-depth examples of the change directory command, as you've seen before, you can go along and say man cd. Oh, there's no manual entry for change directory. Guess not. Awesome. What about a manual page entry for a kitty cat? Or are we talking about concatenate? I know. Oh, there is. Awesome. So as you can see, this is us going through making sure we know how to find our way around the operating system, and then take another screenshot, right? Awesome. This is not complex. People always want to, if you tell everybody this is complex, they'll believe it's complex. But the problem is, people don't, if you tell them it's basic, they think it's too easy for them, right? So the fundamentals is what we always want to focus a lot on, because people always believe they understand it and they know more than what they do. If they haven't got a balance of their ego, that's the part I've said to you, and I say it time and time again. When you want to do something, if you want to succeed, ask yourself, am I doing this to show off or to boost my own ego? If you are, then you know you're going to struggle a lot more. If you're going to be doing something that's going to be helpful to others as well, well, then you're going to find it much easier to walk that path. So there you can see some additional examples of, oh, as you could see, when we were in that, and I did an LS, but I did an LS for folder 4, now I could see there's actually a note document there. Well, this might be a perfect time to go along and say, hey, as you can see on the instructions, let's run the concatenate and show me the contents of that file, note.txt. Oh, guess I got to tell it where it's at, right? So there, I'm not in that same directory. Remember, I can use the pwd, and of course, I'm not in that folder 4. So what I would have to do is say cat/folder 4. Oh no, cat just folder 4. I'm doing good with my typos today. And tab again. Now, if there's more than one file in that directory, you would see a listing of the other files. So this is basic rudimentary, of course. Nothing rocket science here. And there you can see the bottom left there. Pro tip, you can use cat to output the contents of a file within directories without having to navigate to it by using the cat and the name of the directory. So the full path, as you just saw me run through with you folks. And I'm just looking, making sure I'm checking the chat. Yes, this is basic. Let me know if there's any questions. And then the last section there, and we're going to be taking our break because we're not quite on the hour. So when you want to find out the full path to your current working directory, that's your print your working directory. PWD stands for print working directory. And then you can go along and add that as well. Notes. And of course, then you've got some of those questions there. So on the Linux machine that you deploy, how many folders are there? There you could see ls, there were 4 folders, pretty easy. Which directory contains a file? So as we looked at, you'd go along and say ls/folder without the, because it's right in the directory beneath us. So list folder 1, nothing there. List folder 2, nothing there. Folder 3. And of course you could list, but we'll keep it simple for now. What is the content of this file? Like we just showed you there, right? Cat your note.txt won't work because you've got to actually specify the full path to wherever that is. So there was your actual cat to the actual folder 4. And then use the cd command to navigate to this file and find out the new current working directory. What's the path? So when you go along and obviously you change to that home try hack me folder 4 and you do pwd, print your working, that would give you a working directory. And there you have it, folks. Very basic, I know. But when we get back from a break, we'll make sure we can go and search for files. And then we're going to be diving into some shell operators. And we'll then be going into fundamentals 2, which is going to get a little bit more challenging. So we will go through these fairly quickly, but we're then going to be able to save the rest of the time to actually doing the hacking part. So in order to get people to be able to hack a system, we want to make sure people can go along and navigate in the terminal. It's called your terminal or an interpreter because it's going to take our command and interpret it into a system command. So awesome. Let me know if there are any questions. Otherwise, I'm going to start the timer and we'll see folks back in 10 minutes. Another 10-minute break. On the hour-ish for us, we'll take a 10-minute break. Thanks, everybody. Really appreciate all of your input so far. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Excellent, folks. We are back, ready to continue searching for files. And without further ado, let's jump into the command line again. So the basics, like I keep saying, so many people don't know the basics. And when we keep honing in our skills on the basics, that's where we get good, right? Repetition. So starting off with using, find. So these are crucial commands. We've got to master these commands. Go ahead. Grab the content. Remember, I'm not selling this to you folks. So when I share the notes with you, when material's copyrighted, you're not able to obviously go and sell it. But if you're using it in education, in most countries, you're not going to be profiting from any of those things. So normally that's permitted in education. Let's look at using the find command. And as you'll see with the example here, if you want to go along and look for a picture or a document, you want to be, it can be done through a graphic user interface application as well. But when you're looking at doing things from a command line, you're going to be a lot faster. So starting off with the basics of looking for that document, right? So here you can see find dash, and then you're going to be able to specify what it is you're looking for. So find has managed to find the file, as you can see there. It turns out it's located in a folder 1, passwords.txt. But let's say that we don't know the name of the file and we want to search for every file that's just got a specific extension, right? So this is when we start understanding, you will see a bigger problem is the way some of the operating systems handle those file extensions. So whilst this might seem like a very simple task, obviously just to go and look to search for something, when you go along and you look at how Microsoft Office documents are all saved as a docx or doc, right? And the reality behind all of that is, in actual fact, all Office documents, when you save it, is saved as a compressed file. But Microsoft doesn't tell you that very clearly. So this is where you're going to start realizing, why do people need to use more Linux operating systems? Because they're going to be a little bit more securable with the other tools that you can actually add on. So yes, this is pretty straightforward. And of course, there you can see some examples there. So find dash name, and then you can go along and specify what type of documents to go and look for. Piece of cake. So when you go along and again, look at your find, you want to copy that as well. So these are your crucial core commands. Of course, I'm not copying the entire manual. I'm just copying the abbreviated version. So of course, if anybody wants the full version, they could always go and expand upon those notes. But as we're going through this, we're basically taking you through the scenario of using the Linux machine first before we hack it. And that's the part, like I keep saying, right? If you haven't built the system you want to hack into, doesn't mean to say you won't be able to do it. It just means it's going to be a lot harder because it's going to be like you doing it blindfolded, right? So pretty crucial. And did I miss anything from there? So using find. And then we can grab that too. And of course, we're getting used to like Alt Tab, so you can change to whatever app you're using before, right? And we'll go and take a screenshot of that. And then we'll do it. So one of the things you're going to find here, this is where you won't always be able to just use your machine, because some of the challenge they'll give you is to actually go and find a file they gave you in the scenario. So in this case, they wanted you to go and look for a specific file, right? So Let's go one back up. So that's the file they pointed out, the access.log. And you can go along and actually also use the WC, the word count. So when you want to go along and actually list the actual, as you can see, the word count. So if we go along and say cat access log, you can see this is a log of, looks like different sites that these people accessed and the IP address, right? So if you want to go along and use the WC, that's just your word count. I doubt there's going to be a manual page for a word count, but oh, wow, there is. So I suppose I better do the actual copy of that too. So WC is generally your word count. So the description, print, new line, word, and byte counts for each file, and a total line if more than one file is specified. So these are, again, just crucial commands. And while we're there, grep is a lot more powerful than just the find utility. So grep, you can actually search with a lot more patterns, basically, regex, so expressions or regular expressions. Now you might see this term come up very often, reg exp. That's just shortened for regular expressions. So these are crucial. Now grep, I can tell you now, if you use Linux, you'll be using grep all the time because you're always looking for things that will not be quite adequate for find to do a good enough job. So there we've got word count, we've got grep, and the one I'm missing there is find. So find is still pretty powerful, but nowhere near as powerful as the same features as grep gives you. So those are the main ones. And of course, this is showing you how to actually go along and use it. So this is pretty important when you're going to go and look for information. Like, let's say you're going to be doing Linux system administration, because that's the whole point, right? A lot of Linux systems exist because you don't have to pay the licensing. So a lot of web servers that you can actually go and rent from some of the hosting providers, they're going to be a lot cheaper than a Windows system, because the Windows has got licensing to be paid, right? So here you can actually see if you were looking for a specific detail. We've already used cat. Cat isn't going to cut it too well here, so that's just going to show the output as I showed you, which was a whole lot of mess. But if you wanted to go along and specifically look for an IP address, as an example, in that entire log, well, as you can see, using the grep on the left-hand side there, just simply go and say, I want to go and search for key information. Like in this case, hopefully there is that IP address, 143, we're about to see, 290. You want to tell it, obviously, what to go and search. So you can tell it to go and search a single file or the whole system. And of course, I'm going to go along now and say, okay, well, maybe it didn't find that IP address as I assumed, but what else would it probably find there? Probably HTTP. So I'm going to go along and say, find HTTP. Now, I'm purposefully using all lowercase. So you're going to see, in actual fact, Unix and Linux is case sensitive, but it still actually came back and found, as you can see, there was the lowercase HTTP for the actual command when you want to go along and get that specific page. So next, you could then go along and say, okay, I want to go and grep HTTPS? Were there any encrypted sessions? And there was no encrypted pages there. So it looks like they were only accessing HTTP websites because there was nothing found for HTTPS. But then some of you might be going like, oh yeah, Wayne, it would be in all lowercase maybe. HTTPS. Oh yeah, we got it. So like I said, folks, it's case sensitive. So you want to ensure you remember that for Unix and Linux systems, it's case sensitive. Windows is not. So if you log on to a Windows machine, you can, like let's say you've got an uppercase, whatever in your name, you can log on with all lowercase letters. It's only the password in Windows that's going to be obviously case sensitive. So grep, yes, very important, as you can see, great uses. And so the next was use grep on the access logs to find the flag, which has a prefix of THM. So when you are told to go and find a flag, it's basically going to be exactly as you see there in my answer. So you would obviously go along and say, grep, what are you going to be grepping for? THM. Remember, it's case sensitive. So do the THM. And there you can see the flag. So in one of the log entries, he actually added this flag. And this is known like in hacking competitions, they'll always get you to go and access a flag when you've hacked the system. All right, so pretty straightforward, nothing complex here. And of course, as you can see, I'm showing you the answers so that you folks will be able to go and practice using these commands. It's not about testing if you can answer these questions. It's not going to make you any better or worse. What will make you awesome is when you know how to use these commands without going to follow instructions. So that's why we need the practice and repetition. Next up, we have task 7. We're now going to be looking at shell. What's a shell? We're not talking about the C shells. We're actually looking at the terminal, or what can we actually do in the interpreter or with the terminal? So we're going to be using commands like the operator will be using AND. So the operator AND, if we want to go along and do more than one thing, we'll use AND. If we want to go along and execute the command in its own window or its own process, we can use the AND at the end of that. So as you'll see, this operator allows us to execute commands in the background. So it will run in its own process. As an example, if you wanted to go along and open up Wireshark. Now, obviously, there's not Wireshark here. So what tool is there here? Maybe we can go along and show you that perfect example by accessing our finished installed virtual machine. Yeah, it's a good idea. So the install was finished. Awesome. So you go along and say continue. It's now just removing the live packages. And then we should be able to reboot this. So using the AND at the end of the program name as an example, you can either run it in the background, or if you want to run like from the terminal, like a GUI Wireshark, but you don't want it to use that session, you'll see when I can actually show it to you, when you run it with the AND at the end, it will run that Wireshark in its own process. So it will run it in the background and have its own separate process. So there's the reboot now. And this is our full install, as you can see, of Debian. This is an older version, it's 32-bit. So here we'll just go along and say next. This is your initial welcome to Raspberry Pi wizard. And this is where you'll just set up your keyboard, your language, your time zone. That's just basic. So set up your regional settings. And then, of course, go along and give it a password, right? So go and actually set a password that's going to be a good password. And that normally means you can generate a password that's not going to be something you just thought of, right? So whatever you want to use there. If you don't use a password that's strong enough, it will normally come back and say, that wasn't a strong password. So I'm going to skip the updating of software because I'll show you that manually. And then done. So at this point, we should be able to open up a command prompt. And whilst we don't have Wireshark installed yet, the first thing we want to do is, who am I? I'm a normal user account here. And so this is where I want to now go along and say, I want to install an application. So if I go along and try and say apt install Wireshark, it's going to be telling me, sorry, buddy, permission denied, because we got to run that as root. So in Linux, we'll go along and say, okay, let's do the super user do sudo, which means I want to run this command as root. And of course, now it will allow me to actually do that. And there, it's going to hopefully go along and find the file. But you see, it's coming back with all this missing. And the reason being is I didn't do all the updates. So my next command will be to do the sudo apt update. And then I want to, so this is where you're going to see the two ands being used. Let me clear my screen and I'll enlarge my command. So and two commands, apt full upgrade minus yes. So when it says, do you want to upgrade however many packages are upgradable, the dash Y would be, yes, I want to do it. If I don't do the dash Y there, as you'll see, when I run this command, there's two separate commands. The first command will run the apt update, and then the second command will be actually doing the updates. And you can see this is telling you, this must be accepted explicitly before updates for this repo. Okay, so we'll go yes, 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 yes. So this is busy updating the repository index file first. And so now this is a little bit of a weird thing. You can see there's 347 packages to install. But what's pretty weird within this version of the way Raspberry Pi folks set it up is it should have done the update, but it won't. So if I go along and I change this terminal to root by using the sudo su super user do, it's going to now use the super user binary. Now, for those of you that have heard of rooting or jailbreaking, in actual fact, the technical process of rooting or jailbreaking an Android or Apple device is nothing more than copying your su binary, your super user binary, your super user executable to the system partition. But you don't have access to that by default in mobile. So when I now go along and I say sudo su, you can see it's actually changed me to the root directory. So if I go along and say, who am I? Well, they're not right because my name's Wayne and it's telling me I'm root. I'm just trying to be sarcastic here, right? So yes, we've run through some of these commands. And this is because sometimes the way you set up the Linux operating system, you've got certain options that you can set up how the operating system will function, the security of it, how you can harden it and whatnot. So now I'm going to go along and say, okay, well, I've already done the apt update. I can see there's 347 packages that need to be installed. If you want to see what the names of the packages are, you can run the apt list upgradable. Pretty easy. So I'm going to do apt full dash upgrade. And as you can see, it's actually working. It's going to allow me to run the command. And now my system is busy being updated. And once it's updated, now I can go along and say, okay, well, let me open up a new tab. You can use the Control-Shift-T. And when you open up a new tab, as you can see, it doesn't give you root privilege. Only when you go along and say sudo su will you get it changed to root privilege. And most of the times you're going to need the password there. Alrighty. So if you've just joined us, I'm still letting some folks into the session. If you've just joined us, the session is being recorded. You've missed a couple of hours, but don't worry. It's been recorded. So we've basically shown you how to use your Linux machines right now. And as you can see, it's busy updating. So it's busy downloading all of those files first, and then it's going to go ahead and install it. Now, what's also really cool with your terminal is you can use the history command. So all the commands that we're going to be running through today, if you forgot them or you didn't see which ones we're running, you can go along and run the history and you would actually see what commands have been run. Those are still being run, so that's still a current session, of course. All right, so at this point, we're busy updating the system. And so if I wanted to go along and open up Genie as an example, and I now wanted to open up with the AND, so I wanted to run Genie in its own process space. There you can see it's open up Genie, but it's not always necessarily going to work for all systems, depending on, as you can see, the locale not supported by the C library. So it's not always going to work for everything, but normally if you're using like a command line tool, they would then run it in the background and we'll be able to monitor your processes a bit more later on. So again, those are just the basics. And of course, I haven't really set up the screen resolution. And that's because I would need to install the VirtualBox tools, and then I'll actually have to install some applications, which we'll be doing a bit later. All right, so right now we're just looking at these crucial commands, right? Your shell operators. So how do you actually operate and function within the shell? And let's make sure I've copied everything into your notes as well. So these notes, I will be sharing them with the group as well. I always suggest that you take your own notes, but I know it's on the weekend. So if you're not taking notes, don't worry, I'm doing that all for you. I'm making sure that I'm working to help all of you folks. And then we'll go and copy. So we've just shown you the and then the and if you've got two commands that you want to run. And then you're also going to be using the less than, greater than sign, which is also pretty cool. They just didn't make it so you would see it so clearly there next to the hey, welcome. Now, I know there's going to be quite a few people here that have been doing cybersecurity for a long time, and they're going to go like, well, I didn't remember those commands. I didn't know how to use those things. So hopefully everybody's going to be able to gain something out of this. All right, so that little less than, greater than sign, what this essentially means is that we can take the output from a command we run and then actually send that output to somewhere else. A great example would be redirecting the output of your echo command that we did in the previous task. So running something like echo howdy will return howdy back to our terminal. That's obviously not so useful, of course. So let's say we wanted to create a file named welcome with the message hey. That's where you'll go along and you're going to say, okay, we can run the echo, hey, and welcome. So where we want the file created with the contents, hey, right? So there you can actually see the command. And so when we go along and we do that, so echo, hey, and then welcome. Are we going like, ls? Oh, there's the welcome message. Yeah. So now we can go along and cat the welcome. Meow, meow. Awesome. So pretty straightforward. Let's make sure I get the other screen. So this is not rocket science, I know that. But in order to hack into a Linux machine, you need to know how to actually use the machine first. Right, so pretty straightforward. As you can see, the last one there, this operator with the double less than greater than sign, that is basically an output redirector. However, what makes this one a little bit different, rather than overwriting any contents within a file, so an example there is it instead just puts the output at the end. So when you looked at the one we've just done with the hey, if we were to use the echo to add hello to the file using that operator, the file will now only have hello and not hey. So again, when you're not sure of these things, you've got to go and do it a couple of times. So you go like, oh, that makes sense, right? So now we want to go along and add the welcome. So we do the echo, hello, and then double, sorry, doing great today. Welcome. And of course, it's now appended it. That file we created earlier on, that's why I did the ls, you could see the welcome. So the double will actually append it, as you can see. So it's added the hey, hello. Awesome. So it's not going to overwrite it. Yeah, I know it's basic, as I mentioned, but crucial. And there you can see some of the questions, right? So if we wanted to run a command in the background, what operator would we use? The AND. If we wanted to replace the contents of a file named passwords with the word password 123, what would my command be? So that's if you wanted to replace it, right? Single. And if you wanted to append it, so if you wanted to go along and add the try hack me to this file name passwords, but also keep the passwords 123, piece of cake. Great stuff. So conclusion is we went through very basic command line tools, right? Command line commands. We showed you how you could also use the man command to go and view the manual if there is a manual page entry for that command, like there were very few that wasn't. Yeah, pretty straightforward. So next up will be our Linux fundamentals part 2. And we're going to get through some of that. We'll probably be taking a break in about 30 minutes. We'll take a 45-minute break for lunch. So or maybe we'll just make it 30 minutes. We'll see what the rest of the group want. But I think 30 minutes should be enough for everybody to go and grab something to eat. And that way we can get more time in with the hands-on. So gain more skills. Let me know if there are any questions from Linux Fundamentals Part 1. And great, thanks for confirming. Thanks, Waleed. 30 minutes should be enough. Just want to make sure we get as much time today as we can, get you all set up, not just hacking into Linux, but first we got to figure out how does this damn penguin talk? Oh yeah. I mean, sorry, this very cute penguin. How does it talk? With zeros and ones, of course, because computers only speak the language of zeros and ones. Binary is what we call it. So in the fundamentals too, this is where we're going to get a little bit more trickier. And if you want to go along and set up SSH, which we'll be doing, for those of you that don't want to go and use a paid account because you've only got 1 hour to use their appliances here. So when I now go along and actually launch this, it's going to be talking about, well, we want to be able to do SSH, which is a remote secure shell connection. And so this is going to be helpful if people go along and let's go and set up our Raspberry Pi OS. So the update should be finished. Almost. I didn't accept that note. And so what we'll need to do, I thought the install would have been finished, but I didn't go back and check to see if it was waiting for me to select an option there. So sometimes it might be waiting for you to select an option. And so when you want to try and maximize your screen, you're going to have to install the software for VirtualBox tools, basically. And the update, the command to do the updates, someone was asking, would normally be running sudo first, but just the way Raspberry OS has been set up, you've basically got to be in a root prompt, and so you'll run your two commands, apt update, and then you'll use the example we showed you, and to link the command so you can run one line with two commands, and apt full dash upgrade dash y. So that would be the actual command. Of course, I cannot copy and paste this yet because I didn't enable that in my setup when I set up Raspberry OS. But that's the actual command. And no need to apologize, folks. We're all here to learn. So, if I'm not teaching like a specific course for a customer where you've got to be on, this is a Saturday, this is where we all getting together and we're learning as a happy-go-lucky group, meaning we don't want any stress. So there's no such thing as a silly question. There is a thing as a lazy question, but hey, we all always sometimes do that. So I want to keep everything always positive because there's enough negativity in the world. And if you haven't been figuring out that, you obviously, whatever you put in life, you get out. So if you're going to be following a negative path and you're not a positive person, you can expect negative things. As I keep telling my kids, right? And thank you so much for you folks sharing. That's the command that you put in the chat, because while I'm talking and it's hard to multitask sometimes, for me at least. So thanks for helping there. All right, so we will be going through setting some of those other elements. I cannot do it now because if I go along and try and install anything else, there's already packages being installed. So if I do that, even if I change to a root session, and let's say I wanted to install Wireshark, I'm showing you the command line tools because the GUI tools are easy, obviously. So if I do apt install Wireshark, it's going to tell me, sorry, it's already been used. So the resource is temporarily unavailable. As you can see, it's not able to get a lock on that. So it's because I'm busy doing the updates. Even though there were a lot of updates, as you can see, the updates shouldn't take you very long to do at all. And mine's almost done. So let me know if you want me to wait, because some of you might be doing your own updates as well. So if your machines are doing updates already, I can wait before we install some of the other little bits and pieces of software. All right, no one needed me to wait. Awesome, okay. So the software that we want to actually install to enable the virtualization tools, this is going to be consistent when you run different operating systems, even on different virtualization platforms. So if you're using VMware, you would still need to be doing the same thing in your virtual machine, that is. So Linux has virtual technology tools that make the virtual machine work better. So the next, now I've done all the updates, Control L will clear my screen. And of course, I don't have a big resolution right now because I don't have those tools installed. So next up, I want to do apt install open-vm-tools. Now, for those of you that are not too familiar, we could always go along and say APT stands for Advanced Packaging Tool, APT search. And you want to go and search for these packages. And let's see if it's going to find it. And oh, yeah, there you can actually see the tools that we want to actually install to allow us to use the GUI and the command line of both the CLI and the GUI. So we're going to go along and now install 2 packages. So we're going to do apt install open VM tools and then a space. And we're also going to be doing the open-vm-tools-desktop. So on one line. Okay. APT space install open VM tools and then a space and then the second package name. You don't have to use the and here because this is going to install those packages. It's already done through APT. Excellent. Thank you so much, folks, for typing the commands for the group. You're all rock stars. All right, so that's installing the tools we need to make our virtual operating system. Like we can change the screen resolution and we'll be doing a couple of other things as well. So once that's been installed, now we can go along and see if we can change the resolution of this. So we go down to the little Raspberry Pi icon on the top left, and we go down to Preferences and screen configuration. So there you can see the default resolution we were running was 800 by 600. A little bit too small. So I won't make it too large. I'm going to go something like 1280 by 768. Yeah, that's going to be good. And then when you go along and change it, you've got to click on the green little tick there. All right, so you can change it to whatever is going to be good for you folks, but I wanted to do it obviously so you can see on the screen. Now, very important, it's going to tell you these key points here, right? So you have the auto capture keyboard option turned on. This will cause the virtual machine to automatically capture the keyboard every time the VMware window is activated and make it unavailable to other applications running on your host machine. So it will tell you all keystrokes, including the system ones like the Alt Tab, will be directed to the VM. And then you also have your mouse pointer integration. This means that you do not need to capture the mouse pointer to be able to. So when you're on outside of your virtual machine, it will switch back to like your Windows. And obviously when you go into the VM, it will change to your VM mouse pointer. So you can go and close those 2 notes down. And next up, we can close that down now. And now we're going to go back and we're going to go and set up some of the preferences specifically to enable SSH. So we're going to go along and we're going to go down to your Raspberry Pi configuration. Now, I'm not always used to doing it with the command line, with the GUI tools. I'm normally used to typing in the individual command in the terminal. So you'll get to the same place if you go and do it either way. So that was selecting the program, and then you can do it manually by using the rasp pi-config. You run that, you're going to get the same options, but it's just going to give you a slightly different interface. So again, if you didn't see that, let me show you. Right, there is a slight difference, although it's going to do the same thing. If you click on the GUI, go to your preferences, and you bring up the Raspberry Pi configuration, because we want to enable SSH, your secure shell, so we can actually connect to this machine from another machine effectively. So if we go to the interfaces, the SSH is disabled by default. So this is limited, this method, and the running your raspi-config, that's going to be a little bit more effective. So if you go down to your interface options, it tells you configure connections to peripherals. And also, you would have heard this before, if you want to update your Raspberry Pi firmware, you would be going along and actually updating this tool, which should also update the firmware as well. We don't need to, it should already be the latest version. So I'm just going to go ahead and say my interface options. And as you can see, the SSH, I want to enable, and the way you do it, you just select that first. So it says to you, would you like the SSH server to be enabled? This is a big risk if you haven't set up a password, and a strong password, of course, because people will be able to remotely SSH into your Linux machine. That means they'll be able to actually use a program like PuTTY I'll be showing you, where we'll actually then be able to actually SSH into this machine. So we're going to go along and say, yes, we want to actually enable SSH. And now it's enabled. So at this point, I can now go back and say finish. Or maybe I want to enable VNC connection. I don't think they got that in this option here, no. So I won't go into it for now. I'll leave it as is. So that's been finished. Now if I go along and say ifconfig to show my IP address, I can actually see my IP address of this virtual machine. So what does that mean? I would then be able to go along and use an application like PuTTY, and I'll be doing this in the Try Hack Me. You'll be actually connecting to your own server as well. So here you just go ahead and try and use the IP address, the 10.0.2.15. However, that is going to be on a different virtual network. So we may not be able to actually get to that because of the fact that VirtualBox has set up our virtual networking, and I didn't go and configure anything different for this virtual machine. I left it to be default. So now when I go along and try and connect to this machine from my physical, so PuTTY, this application is installed on my Windows machine. My Windows machine is using a completely different IP address and subnet range. So when we installed VirtualBox, it would set up different networking components. So here I'm going to go along and say, open up that connection. And it's normally going to prompt you with, oh, do you want to use this public certificate to allow this connection? As you can see, I'm not able to access my virtual Raspberry Pi operating system from my Windows machine, at this point at least. As you can see, it's not allowing me to connect to that virtual network. So at this point, we're going to go along and actually fix that problem. And the way we're going to go along and fix that problem is going to be like this. Let's go along and say power off. We want to power off this machine. And now that's powered off, we can go to our VirtualBox manager. And you've got to go to your file, network operations manager. Whoa. Oh, maybe not anymore with this version. So if you go down to your file preferences and you go down to your network, now many of you should see that you don't have this network added here. By default, you won't. So what I've gone ahead here and done, by default, when you install VirtualBox, this will not be here for you. The NAT networks has to be created. So the way you do that is you go along and you click on that little plus. It tells you adds a new NAT network. Now you can have more than one. As you can see, I can then go along and set up a different range of addresses. All right, so right now, I'm going to close that one down. I'm going to delete it because I've already got one there. And I'm going to go double click on that. And you can see I've enabled the NAT network. I've used a different range. And then if you go along and say port forwarding, you could always go along and actually set up a port forwarding rule there as well. So as you can see, where you want to actually allow your physical Windows machine, that's known as your host machine. And of course, you can then stipulate you're going to want to use SSH. But before we go along and do that, let's cancel that. I didn't want to enable that. So that's what I've selected by default. You can see it's allowing DHCP for an automatic IP address and also supporting IPv6. So at this point, I'll go ahead and say, okay. Okay. And now I'm going to be able to go to my Raspberry Pi and plug that machine into that network. So now I have to go to my settings for that virtual machine and go down to the network. And as you can see, the default of a new virtual machine that I created earlier on this morning was to use the default NAT, but you need to actually go along and use your custom NAT. And I created mine called NAT Network. And if you click on the advanced, that's going to give you some details. Like when you want to look at hacking, you don't want to be restricted from sniffing traffic. So if you wanted to use Wireshark, you would need to change that promiscuous mode to allow all or allow VMs. And you can obviously randomly use a different MAC address there as well. So at this moment in time, we're going to go and select OK to that. So we've plugged this into a different virtual network. And now we're going to be booting up. So naturally, this is going to be very helpful when you're using a physical Raspberry Pi and there is no screen. Now, remember, when I'm booting this up, I don't want to be booting from the CD. So I need to go and remove the CD from that machine now. So you go along and you say, well, let's shut this machine down. And we've got to go along and edit that setting again. So go down to your storage, and there we can just simply remove the CD. So click on the icon and just go along and say remove from the virtual drive. I'll select OK. And now we can start that virtual machine up again. So this is not necessarily complicated, but like I said to you, if we want to hack into Linux, you want to know how to use the operating system first and find your way around. And of course, the Metasploitable box I got you to download earlier on. If you've just joined us now and you didn't get some of those additional notes, let's make sure I give that to you, a link at least to downloading that VirtualBox. So this is a very old vulnerable Ubuntu machine. that you can actually set up in VirtualBox or in VMware. And for those of you that want instructions on doing that, I'll be showing you that later on, actually. So don't worry for now. Just download the virtual hard disk. It's less than 1 gig. And we'll be having lunch probably in about 10 or 15 minutes. We'll take 30 minutes for lunch. And then that way, you'll be able to actually download this, extract it, and then set it up in a virtual environment. Right, so we'll be setting that up in VirtualBox or VMware. You can choose. So now my virtual machine's booted up again. Now I'm going to open up my terminal. As you can see, when I open up for the first time, it is giving me normal privileged account. So this is not a root account. Normally you would have the dollar symbol, which indicates that you are a normal user. When I go along and I use sudo su super user do, you see it will change my prompt to the hash or the pound sign, which normally indicates that you are on a root session. And thank you so much there for sharing those links. You can share with the whole group, folks. Really appreciate all of you helping one another as well. So whatever we put in life, we get out. And so when I figured that out, I was like, hey, I saw some crazy things in the world. And when I realized the effects of what we call karma, right? Yeah. You get out what you put in. So we're going to check our IP address now. And, oh, I've got a new IP address. So I can test that I still have internet access, like pinging different machines or whatnot. But at this moment in time, I want to make sure now that I can SSH into this address now. Right. So now I'm going to go along because I set up a different network. So open up your PuTTY. Actually, I've been using a much nicer little application as well. If you haven't heard of Smart TY, that is actually amazing. So Smart TY for managing your terminal type sessions. So you can just go along and just go and Google or DuckDuckGo on Smart TY. And this reminds me of those candies you call Smarties. Yeah, so pretty awesome. And there's a lot more cool things you can actually do with this. As you can see, one SSH session, multiple tabs. So it allows you to manage those sessions much more effectively. There you have it. Post it to everybody at least. Yeah, thanks. I sometimes keep posted. So if somebody sends me a direct message, I always sometimes forget that I just send it back. So I'll get used to it. So that's another option for using an SSH client. So here I'm going to be using PuTTY. It's simplified. I don't have to go and set much up. Just install the app and then tell it the IP address of the machine you want to connect to. And of course, SSH uses port 22. So we're going to be connecting to the secure shell server that's running on my virtual Raspberry Pi. So go along and say open. And I would go along and we're like, oh, it's still not allowing us in, folks. Now, not to worry, that's just the way your VirtualBox security works. So you would have to go along and actually enable that and then set up a port forwarding. So VirtualBox is a little bit stricter with setting up their access. So over here, I can now go along and say, okay, we're going to be taking a break shortly. So my PuTTY wasn't working with VirtualBox. Remember, VirtualBox is great, but there are differences. And when you're using VMware, workstation, it's commercial. So you know that there's more reliability. So with VirtualBox, the only issue that you generally normally have is some of these small little things. But the other big issue is USB devices. When you plug in USB devices, they have a very high failure rate because of the way the developers of VirtualBox set that up. And of course, you can always go along and buy other virtualization packages. So now I'm going to go along and say, okay, well, yeah, we've looked at VirtualBox and we've set up our Raspberry Pi OS. I'm going to go along and power this off. And that's VirtualBox. Now you can see I've also got some Android is running a derivative of Linux as well. So I've even got a Google Nexus 5 phone here that I've virtualized. And Amit was saying, yeah, so the Dash P, let's see, maybe I was doing something wrong. But that did set it to the actual port. So in VirtualBox, it doesn't, you've actually got to set up the port forwarding is what, if I can remember correctly. But hey, if anybody knows better and you can tell me how to do it differently, cool. So here's the virtual machine. That's my IP address. And with PuTTY, it was already using the port 22 there, right? So you can actually see the port 22. So you should only need to use that address. Another way, obviously, to try this would be to go along and see if you could do any port scanning from your physical machine, that is, because you're normally going to be in a separate network. So the VirtualBox and the VMware networking functions a bit differently. So there, when I go along and do this, oh, I didn't see the previous question. Sorry there, Waleed. Nothing. So you can go along and, very good point though, to keep yourself more secure, everybody knows that your secure shell server runs on port 22. So if you're very concerned with that, you could go along and run it off of a different port. However, any kind of seasoned system administrator will be able to go along and figure out what you're running on other ports anyway. So it is a good point there. Great question. We can basically run that service on a non-standard port there. So thanks, Amit, for, I didn't read the previous question. So this is, again, I'm just showing you the way your virtualization works. You've got to look at your actual networking. So right now it's not allowing me from outside. So it's not allowing me to use my Windows network to connect to my virtual network because it's different ranges, right? So there's two separate subnets here. So this is the way that works. Of course, I'm going to go along and see if I could then, we won't do it right now, but I'm going to show you with a VMware rather. So I'm going to power off VirtualBox because your way your VirtualBox networking works is a little bit different. So like we pointed out, if you go to your file preferences and you go to your network and the network we created, you need to actually set up port forwarding. So you would actually be able to forward, like I showed you, from your host machine, which is the one, your physical machine. And so here we go along and say your host type, it's too complicated. So that's VirtualBox. And we can also use VMware Workstation alternatively. And here's my Raspberry Pi OS. You can see I'm giving it a little bit more memory there. And it's also set up in its own network address translated. So in your virtualization, your networking normally allows you to set up a separate network, normally called a NAT network, so that you can actually secure things like if you're doing malware reverse engineering, you don't want to download the malware on your Windows machine because it's going to infect your Windows machine normally very easily. So if it's Windows malware, you should download that malware on a Linux machine so it won't target that Linux machine when you open up that malware or you download it. So here I'm just going to go along and power this virtual machine on. And then remember, we set up our Raspberry Pi. So your Raspberry Pis do not have a screen. So you will normally want to do your what we call headless administration by using an SSH session. You could see by default, it didn't prompt me for a username and password. So that was just the way I set this up. You can go along and set it up yourself. So now when I go along and I look at ifconfig, I'm looking at this IP address. And now I'm going to go along and try and connect to my virtual VMware virtual Raspberry Pi OS. So again, I'll go to PuTTY. Into IP address. Oh, darn. No connection allowed. That pretty much sucks. Darn. Well, that's probably a very important point. That's the whole purpose of setting up a virtual system where it's going to set up its own virtual network. So the same as you do with VirtualBox in VMware, you can go along, but here's the limitation. In Windows VMware, you cannot create more than one NAT adapter. If you install VMware on a dedicated Linux machine, like I have in the classroom, I have a backup machine monitoring the session and it's running Linux, and I've installed VMware for Linux, I can then, so Windows will put you in a box basically. And this is just, you know, the basics, but when you look at wanting to create multiple subnets, that's great when you want to test things, right? So if I go along and say I want to add a new network here, it will add the adapter and automatically give me a subnet range and whatnot. But when I go along and I try and change that to NAT as well, it's going to say, sorry, this is a Windows machine. You can only have one network set. So you can only use one subnet when you're running VMware Workstation Pro on a Windows machine. Now I can use this exact same VMware Workstation Pro on a Linux machine, and I would be able to create multiple subnets. So as I'm trying to point out today, Linux is a lot more flexible. And if you don't like the way things restrict you or don't, you can change it. It's an open source. So I didn't actually change anything, but what you will see when we get back from a break, I'm going to be booting up my physical Raspberry Pi that I actually installed with the latest operating system and whatnot. And we'll actually show you how to also set up VNC. So you'll be able to actually remote desktop if you don't have a HDMI screen and keyboard. You can literally just be carrying your Raspberry Pi around in your pocket and then literally plug it into the network with power. You would then be able to find it on the network, you'll be able to find what its IP address is, and then you'll be able to SSH into it so you can remotely administer it. So pretty cool. We will be doing that once we've had a break, which is going to be in a few minutes. This is where we'll probably have a good breaking point now. So yeah, folks, you can see we've been doing a lot of cool things. And Raspberry Pi OS, you can see it's been set up to actually learn. So a lot of the default software is for people to learn more about Linux, but also all about other things like, maybe you want to learn about programming, or maybe you want to learn. So this is an open source operating system with a lot of open source tools. And yeah, they've even got games installed by default. Wow, pretty cool. So if we wanted to install Wireshark, your network sniffer tool, we could simply go along and say sudo apt install Wireshark. All right, so Wireshark is a pretty popular network sniffing tool, and we'll come back to that later on. Excellent. So as you can see, folks, we went through some of the fundamental commands. And then just to finish off that section, that first part there, so you will actually see, because I did go along and actually start that machine. So in this example, looking at the Linux part 2, the first thing they're going to give you is you want to access your Linux machine using the SSH, which is what we've just shown you. So they're showing ways of obviously doing your system administration here. And that's actually just showing you the basics of, normally you could do this over the internet. You could go along and connect to a Linux server that's not got a GUI, and you can be using SSH for your remote management, as you'll obviously see. So I don't think I actually started the machine here yet. No, we're good. So I'll be doing that once we get back from a break. So we'll then be able to actually go along, deploy it, and then you'll actually be connecting to it. So they're going to give you 2 machines here. One, you will actually go ahead and start their SSH machine. And then 2, you would start your attack box. So you would then be SSHing into your, so this is just showing you all in the virtual environment. So basically what I should have done is gone to go and add another virtual machine in my virtual network that would then be able to operate very happily in that network. So what I was wanting to obviously also show you is how we can communicate from the physical host machine, collaborating with the internal virtual machine. Right, so yes, pretty basic, but very important for when we want to be able to access the machines. So perfect time for a break. And I'm going to leave my notes open so you can pretty much see what my notes are. And if anybody wants to copy my notes, you are absolutely welcome to. And once again, thank you so much, everybody, for helping with some of the commands. As you'll see, I'm leaving the room open so everybody can be collaborating and helping one another. If you know the answer, help one another. That's how we're going to be playing it forward. And we're going to learn everything we need to. So when we get back from the break, we are going to be finishing off on some of these basic exercises. And then we're going to be spending the rest of the time doing the hacking. So we're going to be actually showing you how to hack into the machine, and we're going to be doing it manually. For those of you that have used Metasploit, it's an unbelievable framework, but we want to show you the basics of doing it without all those fancy tools. So we're going to be doing it manually, which is what your system administrators are going to have to sometimes do, like troubleshoot. And also, I'll be sharing with you how we can harden our Linux machines and actually audit them. So what you're going to also take away from this workshop is how to actually be more safer operating in a Linux world, because right now, just in case you need something to be reading about, this world has gone hacker crazy is what I'm calling it, because a lot of people who have got money are hacking the planet. And you can go and read about the latest extensive mercenary spyware operations against the Catalans now that's just been released. And so, yeah, you want to make sure you're going to be able to set up a secure operating system so you're not going to be very easily targeted by whoever might be wanting to target you, right? So that's just a nice little interesting article. And if you want to know more details about this, this is just the Canadian university that's set up. So the University of Toronto set up the Citizens Lab to obviously help with some of these kind of problems, right, that I think we've all got. So that will give you some reading, and also then realize that a lot of the criminals are able to hack into Windows systems a lot easier than Linux, because we can actually control the security of Linux far more effectively. Windows, we've got to rely very often on Windows. So if you wanted to know that other group, this is and they've actually got a document that will actually show you how much these people are selling. So these are exploit software frameworks that are nearly 20 million euros to target 10 people. So most of the time there you can see all of their attacks are very much on Windows only, Windows, 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 Android, but no Linux. Aha. That's maybe why you might be encouraged to start using Linux. Hang on, let's see if I get this right. Linux is free. We pay all this money to Microsoft and their security sucks. Yes, Microsoft security does suck. No jokes, folks. Right? But that's because their security team have designed some of their things very backward. And just in case you're wondering why I'm saying that, if you look at how Microsoft handles Office documents, all Office documents are actually zip files. Yep, they're zip files. And that means it makes it a lot easier for your Windows system to be exploited. So that's why I'm encouraging people to take a look at this and to start understanding that Microsoft are not being very friendly with us lately because they got too much money. And when they won't fix their weaknesses in their operating system, they will only start fixing it when people stop buying their products, like maybe, you know, what happened to BlackBerry folks or something. And so again, I'm not ranting off here. I'm pointing out some very, very important issues here. Let's see if I can find it for you. Understanding network access in Windows app containers, basically how your Microsoft sandboxing works. Project Zero team, these are the guys from Google. They're the reverse engineer experts at Google. And you can go and read about that when they find a weakness that allows your sandbox app containers to basically be bypassed. This is why we should reconsider using Office and Microsoft products, because Microsoft won't fix their weaknesses. Yes, that's true. They will not fix being able to escape out of their virtualized sandbox, their application container. So as you can see, I recently discovered a configuration issue with the Windows firewall, which allowed the restrictions to be bypassed and allowed a sandbox is where you have a protected environment. So it allowed this app container to access the network. And when they informed Microsoft, Microsoft decided it didn't meet their fix. So they've marked that weakness as they will not fix it. They marked it as won't fix. The more people that stop using Windows, hang on, whoa. We need job stability. So if you want to go into cybersecurity, it's probably helpful that Microsoft haven't got the most securest product out there. Right? But you're going to be going into the cybersecurity world. So as a cybersecurity specialist, you want to make sure you're not going to have a easier to hack system that you use. Right? Now, I'm not saying I do use Windows, absolutely. So please don't hack me. I was just making sure I'm pointing out some technical things. Now we're going to go and enjoy some lunch. So you've got some things to read about, right? Awesome, everyone. Really appreciate all your hard work and efforts, all of you helping out. So much appreciated. And I'll start the timer. We'll see you back in 30 minutes. Relax, get some fresh air. Please do walk around. If you're sitting down the whole day, I'm standing. If you're sitting down, your brain is not getting spinal cord fluid, and that's why you might be feeling a little tired. So do please walk around, no jokes. We'll get your blood flowing and you'll be ready to rock and roll after a 30-minute break. Thanks again, everybody. We'll see you shortly. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you had a good break. You're nicely well rested and ready for some more Linux hacking. Alrighty. Well, the good news is I've connected my physical Raspberry Pi and we can now SSH into it. So default port 22. And when you normally see this response, this is telling you that it's using the public certificate. So that means it's good. You connect into that box at least. And you say yes. And then you've got to log in. And that's the PuTTY screen once you've logged in. Pretty cool, straightforward, of course. So this is where we can now do this almost like, you know, the way you would do it if you sit behind the machine, but at a command line. So the idea is you're going to use your secure shell to remotely administer machines and obviously do anything else you want to be doing. So like sudo su, and then your new Raspberry Pi OS, not the virtual one we set up. You can actually see the kernel level. So you can go along and do a cat on the /etc OS release. And there you can actually see your latest version, Bullseye. And of course, if we go to our virtual machine, and find out the OS release. So as you can see, with all the updates applied though, you're still running a slightly older version with your virtualized environment. So your Raspberry Pi OS is fully updated for the Raspberry Pi hardware, but not fully updated for your virtualization. Are they going to be releasing a new version of that? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But that's all from Raspberry Pi organization. So of course, at this point, I should now be able to go along and do a simple ping scan and try and not to say that you'll get any response because it's firewall by default. So maybe we can go along and do a quick Nmap scan. We'll be using Nmap in a bit called Network Mapper. So I'm just going to go and install it real quick. So apt install Nmap, and it's just a pretty powerful port scanning tool. Okay, so remember this is a workstation, and all workstations normally are firewall by default. So the firewall should stop that, but we'll be looking at this in more detail anyway. So yeah, the basics of obviously setting up your virtualization, your physical machine, so you can obviously be testing more. Alrighty, so let's go along and show you the steps in TryHackMe. So the first thing you're going to do, start your machine. So it will tell you. So the in-browser functionality was used in the Linux Fundamentals Part 1 to get you directly connected to your first ever Linux machine. But of course, that's the purpose of the protocol SSH, Secure Shell. We want to be able to connect to our Linux machine from anywhere in the world, let's say, right? So you can go along and set up a cheap VPC, or like a cheap $5 a month virtual PC in the cloud, and you can then obviously be connecting to it in the cloud as well. And so that's pretty straightforward. The next part I've got to do now is to actually start my hacker box so I can then connect to it. And so that was, you got to start that machine there. And then I've got to start my attack box as well. Now, when you have a VIP account, what's also really cool is you're going to be able to actually VPN into that environment. Let's see if I can show you that. If I click on that address there, you can see I can either use the browser-based attack machine inside of TryHackMe, but you can also go along and connect to their network via a VPN, a virtual private network connection. So there you get all the details. And obviously, I mean, $10 a month, you want to subscribe for 20 years if you could. Because that's really, really cheap. I mean, I remember, releasing virtual systems from, companies where you're not going to get a better deal for that amount of money to be able to access all of the virtual machines, even though they give you a limit of like 2 hours. It is pretty cool. Cheap, but very functional. So once that's finally connected, you're going to see I've got my IP address there already. And that's the machine I'm going to be connecting to. So once the attack box is started, I'll then be able to actually SSH from a command line, as you can see, right? So you can do that from within a Linux machine. And that is where, if I then go along and look at my virtualized environment, what I could have done is literally ran another virtual machine in this network. And of course, as you can see, it's coming back with nothing because that Raspberry Pi is firewalled. So we're going to be doing some hacking against the Metasploitable. I'll boot that up in the meantime, and we'll then be looking at that shortly. So again, this is just all the fundamentals. And we'll probably take the next like 30 minutes to finish up here. And then we'll be going into targeting that Metasploitable and actually show you traditional hacking where we're not going to be using a big, awesome framework like Metasploit, even though it's amazing. We want to look at being able to do things first manually. And then you can then bolt on all the different types of tools that can make your life a little bit easier. So that's just telling you the basic details about the machine. You can now see earlier on, we just had a simple machine there, right? So I've actually got a graphic user interface. This is Ubuntu. And you've also got a lot of the tools. You can also choose to use a Kali Linux machine included as well. So they give you an option to either use Kali or the attack box being Ubuntu. And so now I've got to go along, look at my IP address, what's running there, open up a terminal. And there we're going to use SSH, and the account we've got to use is TryHackMe, I think. Yeah, TryHackMe. So you're going to say, I want to SSH with the account called TryHackMe, and then @ will be the IP address of whatever that machine is. Which is, oh, let's see why that disconnected. Yeah, just let me know if you can all hear me still, because my backup machine, the session dropped. Can you all hear me, folks? Yep. All righty, great, thank you. So it was just my backup machine. All right, it's back. All right, so I'm SSHing into my own machine over there, which is going to be the 10.10.116. And then accept the public certificate. And there we go. So now we remotely accessing that 10.10.116.36 in my case. And of course, that's the SSH. So very helpful. We'll copy that in to the notes for you folks. And now the password there, try hack me, I believe. Yeah. So print your working directory, and that's the basics. So flags and switches. This is where you're looking at, oh yeah, that manual page that I showed you earlier on. And of course, this is showing you for the LS. So we don't have to worry about that. We've already spoken about it. And of course, you can see the simple questions. What directional arrows would you use to navigate down the manual page? And what's very helpful when you've got gobbledygook on the screen, like you can't read some of the output, you can actually use the -H. So yes, we did take a screenshot of this earlier on. So you've got note of that. And then, you know, determining the file system type. Now this is pretty easy, but very important again, right? So you make sure I put all the notes in there as well. I keep forgetting about that. So the flags and switches. All right, so a couple of extra commands now. These are going to be pretty important commands when we want to go along and do things like maybe creating a new file. So those main commands, touch, create a file, make directory, or mkdir to make a directory, cp, copy, mv for move, and rm, remove, and then file will be to determine the actual type of file. So yeah, not really complex, of course, as you've seen. So here's some examples. You can also go along using cat. You can provide the full file paths, and then just creating files and folders using your actual touch and make directory there. And then when you want to go along and remove a file, let's say you want to remove a folder, and the folder's got a lot of other sub directories and sub notes in there and everything else. Well, then you're going to have to use the -R to remove it recursively, right? So these are very important. Creating files and folders. So you use touch, and then the file name, like note, that's going to go along and actually create that file note. So when you hack into a machine and you gain remote code executed access, generally you're going to be remotely executing code as if you're sitting on the box. You're not normally going to be doing that through a command, through, like a GUI interface, folks. So that's why we've got to learn how to do things manually. And so these are just pretty basic, right? So to create new files, and then ls, of course, create a new directory. So mkdir, create a new directory, and then rm, remove the file. And like I said, if it's a folder, you're going to have to run the remove recursively. And then copying and moving files. That's again, so CP for copy and then MV for moving. And again, you can see quite easy. So if you want to go along in this example, moving file takes 2 arguments, just like the copy command. However, rather than copying and or creating a new file, MV move will merge or modify the second file that we provide as an argument. So not only can you use the MV to move a file to a new folder, but you can also use the MV to rename a file or folder. And here you'll see the screenshot below, you're renaming the file note2 to be named note3. And then note3 will now have the contents of note2. Well, pretty much makes sense, right? Make sure I take a screenshot of that. Now, this is important when you look at the actual file command. So when you want to go along and try and find out what type of file it is, let's say, your system's been hacked and you're just trying to investigate and do some sysadmin, system administration, right? Well, you want to make sure a lot of times they're going to target your system and they're actually going to be manipulating the file extension. So you want to sometimes go along and double check, like they'll maybe change their text file to a zip file, and it's really not a zip file, as an example. So as you can see, how would you create the file named new note, touch new note? And as you can see on the deployable machine, what is the file type of the unknown? So when you go along and do ls, you can see you actually had to SSH into that other machine. So they're really allowing you to set up your environment accordingly, but you can use 2 Raspberry Pis or 2 virtual Raspberry Pi OSs as well in VirtualBox or VMware. So of course, it's an ASCII text file as we've just seen earlier on. So use the file command. And then what's the contents of that file? So we'll go along and do a quick cat, or maybe not. Sorry about that, folks. My VPN crashed. And when we're using a VPN, I've got a kill switch. So that's why it will actually stop any traffic from being sent. I think you can all hear me now. Are we back? You can all hear now? Awesome. So just in case some of you are wondering, when we are doing online stuff nowadays, you want to make sure you protect yourself with a VPN. And my VPN has a kill switch. So it means when the VPN crashes, it stopped sending data. That's why it stopped sending all the data. All right, we're back and ready to go. So Proton VPN is pretty cool, but you also want to set up your own VPN servers, be more safe. So yeah, these are pretty easy. And as I was saying, when you want to go along and look at the contents of that file, you're going to go along and say cat the unknown. Oh, they were asking for a different one. Right, so there's the, I was just not sure what file they were talking about there. Was the actual my file. And there we have it. So next up is the permissions. Just make sure I put the stuff in the notes for you folks. Yep, we're good. And then your permissions. So when you want to go along and you create a new file or you download a file from the internet and you want to run it, you may need to go along and give it, let's say, the execute permission. Maybe it's a binary file or something, right? So this is where you're going to have to actually manage your access to the folder or the files. And you obviously going to be using your LS with different switches there. So you can see the LS dash or space dash LH. That's going to give you more details as to what are the permissions of that file. So if somebody's been messing around, let's say one of the other sysadmins thought it would be funny, to change the permissions of a file, and obviously for the new recruit, and you got to go and figure out why you cannot access that file. That's because you don't have the permissions. Permissions were not given to you. So that's pretty straightforward. And then the difference between users and groups. This is just basics where you can be part of a group that has a permission allow. And if you're part of any other group that's deny, normally the deny always wins, right? So the most restrictive. We'll take a screenshot there for you. So here you can see using the actual super user command, you're going to be able to actually switch between users. So permissions, pretty straightforward. There's a lot of information available on that. But you're going to be using the SU, the super user binary. And of course, we've shown you when you wanted to get root access, you do sudo su. There's other ways, obviously, of doing those things. But also, you're going to be able to use the su command to use a different user account. So you could say, I want to go along and use the super user. You'd say su user 2. So as you can see, by simply providing the -L or the -- login switch, we start a shell that is much more similar to the actual user logging in. So you also have environment variables that could also be set there. Seeing what I last copied into notes. I just wanted to copy that last part and it refreshed my whole screen. That's okay. I did it again. Doesn't want me to take that screenshot of that page for whatever reason. At least you got all the notes now. And then, of course, the basic questions. So on the deployable machine, who is the owner of important? And so here you can actually see so that's where you go in su-l with user 2. And now switch to this user. Yeah, and get the output of that flag. Right, so pretty easy. And then common directories. So this is important for when you go and look for files. You want to know what directories are the built-in directories. And of course, the /root, that's normally the root account if it's being used. So it's actually the home for the root system user. So your etc, that's one of the most important root directories. So in Linux, when you want to go along and change to your root directory, you would just go along and say cd/. That's the root directory in Linux, and then ls, you'll see you at the actual root of the whole file system. So you're going to see when we go along and exploit a system that's using NFS, we'll show you how to do that more manually, and you'll have a better understanding for that. So the etc, for example, short for etc, is a commonplace location for your system files that your actual operating system uses. Like you've seen when I did the etc/OS version, I wanted to see details about the operating system. Also highlight below are the passwd and the shadow files. Those are very, very crucial files in Linux for your password and management of your groups and so forth. Right, so you can actually have all of the passwords stored in an encrypted format like SHA-512 as an example. So when you go along and you look at trying to cat the shadow file, you won't do it as a normal user. If you go along and say, I want to cat the etc/shadow file, it's not going to allow you to do it as a normal user. And yeah, I'm not in the sudos file there, but you'd be able to obviously do it, like I said, right? So if you've got your other virtual machine running as an example, my connection dropped to my other machine, so I'll use that one. So cat right, so there you can see I don't actually have a password set up for my root account there. There's nothing there. It's there, but it's not actually set up with a password at all. So here you'll actually see that my Raspberry Pi account is actually set up, and I'm using $6, which means I'm using, I think it's SHA-256 or SHA-512. But either way, there you can actually see your hash. Your password is obfuscated with an algorithm. In this case, I think it's going to be SHA-256 or SHA-512 bits. So basically the size of the key space. So these are all important directories. Your var, which is your stands for variable data. It's one of the main root folders, and that's going to have frequently accessed or written by services or applications. So log files from running services, you're going to know that in the var log, you'll be working in that a lot if you're going to be doing any system administration. And then, as we mentioned, your /root directory, that's also very crucial. If you have that enabled, of course. And we've got that already in the notes. So I better make sure I save the notes just in case I don't, and then it crashes. You won't be very happy with me if that happened. So temp is also very helpful for temporary files, and it's also volatile. So it shouldn't be used to actually store anything. So similar to the memory on your computer, once the computer is restarted, the contents of this folder are cleared out, or they should be cleared out. So what's useful for us in pen testing is that any user can write to this folder by default, meaning once we have access to a machine, it serves as a good place to store things like scripts, enumeration scripts, and then when you finished your attack, you're going to be able to go ahead and just reboot that machine. So if you're going to reboot the machine, it's going to obviously clear out anything you would have saved in the temp directory. And so there you can see some of the basic questions. What is a directory path where you would expect to find the logs in the variable /log? And what root directory is similar to how RAM on a computer works? When you shut down your computer, anything on your random access memory chip is slowly, but eventually will actually clear off of the chip. And that reminds me, they had some pretty crazy videos in the past where you would actually use a cooling system to cool the memory chips, and it would then keep the information for a little bit longer. And then the directory for the root user is always the /root. And there we have it. So there's the basic conclusions and summary. And as you can see, pretty cool. So I'm not going to go into a lot of the Linux fundamentals in part 3 because we want to save that for you folks to practice. But we're going to be doing some hacking of that Metasploitable box. So I wanted to make sure we got time for that. But as you can see, once you go into the other machines, they follow the same process. Now, what's pretty cool, of course, I had everything still running there. I didn't go along and actually shut down my machines because I still have 1 hour and 32 minutes that will tell you how long you have left of your, you can always then extend it. I think they let you extend it by an hour. And once again, you can always go through and watch that video.
Hey everyone, welcome back to another video here on TryHackMe. I am John, and today we're going to be taking a look at the Linux.
And that's John Hammond. And as a quick example, while we're here, so some of you more experienced folks are going to go like, okay, Wayne, well, why would this be helpful to me? Well, let's look at a pretty big issue like the log4j. John actually created a room for people to go along and learn how to actually exploit this very big vulnerability affecting billions of things globally. And so as you'll see, to access this material, this is still a free room. So as long as you've got an account, a free account, you'll be able to go along and join the room. But obviously you're going to have to do things in a pretty quick amount of time because you've only got an hour per day. The free accounts only allows you to use it once. So yes, you can go along. You can see I'm here with my normal free account. So I can go along and say, join the room now. So I can actually join that room. And then obviously you'll still be able to use your attack box. And when you go along and look at that, you can either use the attack box or also Kali Linux, if you're familiar with Kali Linux. And then as you go through the exercise, this is just amazing, right? When you go along and you want to just hone in on your skills specifically for these newer types of weaknesses, it doesn't get any better than this. So he's been writing some fantastic material. And if you go along and watch him on YouTube, he's got a lot of tutorials as well available on YouTube. So check out some of his stuff because he's really been doing some amazing things. And of course, there you can actually see how it's going to go through all the different phases that you need to. So for me, if I've got to test this real quick to become familiar with the weaknesses, I don't always then have to go and waste my time going to set up a system that's vulnerable to whatever I'm trying to target. So that's why sometimes going into these rooms and going like, oh, cool, I'm going to be able to go along and just hone in on what I need to know very quickly. You can even go along and actually download the task files as well. So you can see just with a free account, this is still free, folks. I'm able to actually go through and access all the free rooms and, of course, access all of the instructions there as well. Pretty cool. So if you just go and search on John Hammond plus YouTube, there's his channel. You'll see all the cool videos he's been putting together. Oh, that's not John Hammond, that's John Hubbard. So there you can go and get some of the details there from John Hammond, and you'll be able to find. So he's been putting in a lot of cool things and building some of the rooms as well. Wow. He's in the top 1%. But I don't know if he's actually working for these guys now, because he's been putting out a lot of content there, as you can see. And very often he goes through a lot of the walkthroughs. So yeah, he's a great guy. Go and check him out on YouTube. Pretty cool. Right, so this was the third and final part there. They were just going through your introduction there. And then starting off with the basics of terminal editors. So this is where you can be either using something like Nano or Vi, which is Vim now, because it's the newer generation. And of course, this is pretty straightforward, where you've got to go along and, you know, search for text, copy and paste, jump to a different line number as an example. And what I would suggest, if you've never used Vi or Vim, you'll see there's amazing resources. There's also a dedicated room using Vi. VI is not a difficult text editor, but you've got to learn the shortcuts so you know how to actually interact with everything within Vi. I'm getting too old to be doing those things. And then you've got some of your general useful utilities. So you can see using something like wget to go and download files. What's also pretty cool here is you can actually go and set up your own. You can use Python. So if you've got Python installed on the system, you can actually use the Python HTTP server to set up and run your own mini Python web server. So these are some of the really awesome little exercises you can go and practice. So here you can see very often if you're doing pen testing, you're going to have to set up a web server to maybe go and download a file you need to do your attack, as an example, right? So you can go ahead and really just set up a web server real quick and easy with Python using that simple syntax. And you can see the basics here would be, as I went through the scenario, so serving files from your host, you can go ahead and use curl and wget. And I'll go ahead and just put this in your notes because there's some really cool details that I think all of you want. I know you can go along and copy that from the same place, TryHackMe. But while I'm here and you folks can be relaxing, I'm put all your notes together and I will be sharing that with the group. General utilities. So if anybody's ever been doing hacking before, I think you would all agree that these are very, very helpful commands that you want to make sure you can master, as well as also using the SCP, which stands for your secure copy. So that's going to be a way for hackers to be able to exfiltrate and, you know, take your data off of your system, as an example. Sorry about that, folks. There was a little crash again. I think you noticed that. Right, can everybody hear me again? It's funny. On my other machine, it's saying, please join this meeting from your browser. But yeah, so that's everything that you needed there. I think you just need to get the wget. And that was it. So then managing your processes. This is going to be, again, also pretty important. But you'll see this is a pretty long section. And yeah, I'll let you folks go along and be able to update your notes with some of those. It's not a lot. You do have access to obviously all of it, even with the free account. And then maintaining your system, so automation. So this is where you're going to go and create some cron jobs, like to automate, like deleting some files from a specific directory. So not too difficult there. And then maintain your system, your package management, which we've been doing with APT a little bit somewhat today. And just remember, you've got your manual. You just type in man APT. So that will help you managing your applications. And of course, there are GUI programs as well, but exactly what I was talking about earlier on, and we ran through this. When you run your app update, that doesn't always update your operating system or services or apps and whatnot. That's just going to be updating your index list. And then when you do your apt full upgrade, that will actually then be upgrading what packages are available. So you can go along and specify your repositories by configuring your sources.list. That's pretty straightforward. And obviously change into others. So as an example, if I want to install some other application, that's where from a different vendor, as an example, I would go along and add their repository to my actual repository sources.list file. So the sources.list. And that's exactly what they're just pointing out there. You also normally have to go along and add the GPG key for making sure that it is a legitimate repository where you can obviously have apps installed from. And that's what they're literally just doing there. So that's an important section. And then maintaining your system logs, also pretty straightforward, but we've spoken about the fact that it's going to be in your var logs. And then you want to go along and actually access your logs. And obviously you can see your different logs for different systems. So one was for your Apache web server, and then your firewall, and then the fail2ban service, which monitors brute force attempts. So somebody was pointing out there from Shreya, thank you so much, for password cracking. That's a crack station, awesome. And so if you wanted to see if your machine was being targeted with brute force, perfect point there, you would then go along and actually look at the logs for the fail2ban service. So if somebody's going to try and brute force your SSH service, as an example, you're going to obviously be able to go and check the logs, and they would obviously then be banned if they've done that repetitively. So that's the main fundamentals of your Linux 101. Of course, what we want to look at doing now is actually hacking into Linux. So when you finish doing some of your hands-on, literally go along and turn the machine off. So you turn that access machine off. It won't mean anything, honestly. If you want to waste money, then don't turn it off. But we don't want to waste electricity, because I think the whole world is going to have bigger problems if we don't conserve our terrible consumption habits, right? So many people don't think about turning the lights off and whatnot. But in certain countries where electricity is very expensive, they don't forget about those things. Like living in Texas in the middle of summer, your electricity bill for a couple of months is very, very, very high because it's so hot there, and the dryness doesn't make it any easier. So even when you go and spend some time in a lake or something like that, it's still very hot there. So you've got to conserve electricity. Linux fundamentals, awesome. Now, when we go back to your learning, this is where you could go along and specifically look at your learning paths. And then they've got the individual modules that you can actually go into. So there's so much. This is where people can go and learn everything they want to, because they don't have to read the book, although they've got all the instructions and notes in the internet. but you've got the environment where you can actually even go if you're a teacher, you can go along and actually take a room and modify it, clone it, and then modify it for yourself, for your students to use as an example. So there's the basic computer exploitation. We're going to be looking at it from a much lower level in a few minutes. But just to point out, though, that as you can see, there's a lot of free rooms still available, even though you don't have a paid version. The catch is that if you got more than 1 hour a day to practice, well, they're only going to give you 1 hour a day to use their virtual machines. And there isn't a way around that very easily that I know of. So like I said, you get what you pay for. And there's some of the free rooms. So if you go along and click in the basic pen testing as an example, we're going to be doing that right now. We're going to be doing what others might consider advanced. And like I said, pretty cool. You've got all of the videos there as well. A lot of them have been done by John Hammond. So I'm assuming that he probably works for TryHackMe or doing that as a sideline, maybe. So there you can see some of the actual exercises, web app testing and privilege escalation. That's showing you some of the things we're talking about, Linux enumeration. But what we're going to be doing is going through the Metasploitable. So these are a lot of the notes that I will then save. And I'm just trying to see if I can remember correctly. I don't know if you can still do it with Zoom, but I could actually go along and actually share the file with the whole group here. No. So I'll drop in a online share just towards the end anyways. So you'll have access to all of this information. And now we're going to go to the virtual machine. So I'm not going to go along and use something like Kali Linux. I'm going to be showing you some just very basic examples first. And of course, you can always go along and follow as we go through this together as a group, because you're going to see some of the expectations, like some of the things I'm going to be doing wouldn't really be classified as really hacking, because it's going to be considered more like system administration. This is something that your system administrators would normally have to actually do. So let's go along and just change to your root session. So now we've got a root session. I went along and installed some of the basic tools that I'm going to need to go through this with you folks. One of them is going to be Nmap, which I went along and installed Nmap by using the apt install Nmap command. So remember, APT stands for your advanced packaging tool. So I've already got Nmap installed. And so one of the first things you're going to want to do when you actually look at the Nmap shortened list, you just type in Nmap without a syntax. This is not the latest version, but it's almost there. So I think it's 7.9 something is the latest version. And so one of the first things we want to do when we plug into a new network, and let's say we're doing an internal pen test, is we want to go along and identify the host. So one of the first things we're going to be doing is your host discovery. And so I'll go along and take a quick screenshot of that. So you'll see the sections that we're going to be going through. And so under that, we'll add Metasploitable. So what's that saying to us? Well, when we get to a new network and we don't know what's inside of that network, we're going to go along and find live hosts that are connected to the network. And we're going to do that with simply using nmap-sn. It's a ping scan, and you're going to have to actually run that across the whole subnet. So one of the first things you normally need to make sure you do is make sure you know what your own IP address is in that environment. So we can then go along and say, okay, we want to do an nmap host discovery, which is basically going to be using ping. And we're going to specify the IP address subnet range, not the specific IP address of my hacker machine here. I'm using the Raspberry OS. So I want to go and find out what are the other machines that are up and running in that range. So when I go along and run that command, you'll see it's going to come back fairly quickly, and it's going to show me the machines. Now, the machine 1 and 2 and the 254 are all part of VMware. You can tell that because the first 3 octets are all the same. This is known as your OUI, your object unique identifier. So when we can see the object unique identifier being the same for the 1, the 2, the 254, so of course it's included my own IP address, the 131. So it obviously means that the only other machine in this network is the 129. So now I'm going to go along and say, okay, well, hopefully I found that machine. Now I'm going to go along and do a plain Jane port scan. So once you've done host discovery, you want to go along and try and find out what ports that specific machine has open. So this is where we're going to go along. I'll take a screenshot. We'll be using different scanning techniques. And then you'll be able to specify your different port specifications, and then also do some service version detection, trying to handshake with the specific service that is running on that box. Yeah, sorry, folks. I don't know what's going on with it's the weekend. I don't always work much on the weekend, so I don't normally experience problems like this. Sure. Almost thought I lost my notes there because my cherry tree shut down. So I was going like, oh no, but it's all there. We're all good. Okay, so as you're about to see, I'm going to now go ahead and test what's running on that target system. So we're able to find its IP address, 131 in my case, and I'm just doing a plain Jane scan. I'm not specifying anything fancy. I just want to go along and see what ports are open on that box. So I get the IP address wrong. Yeah, it was a 129. I was trying to hack myself otherwise. That would have been pretty interesting. Yeah, the course was great. We watched the instructor hack himself. All right, so as you can see, we have a long list of different services running on that machine. Obviously, in the real world, you won't find this on an internet connection facing machine. Right, so this is typically only going to be found, you might have a couple of ports open on an internet facing machine, but typically these amount of ports you're only going to normally find when you're on the inside of that network. Right, so we've got a lot of different ports that are open here and a lot of different services, but we're going to start off first of all with like FTP. So when you're looking at trying to find out what kind of FTP server it is, we've been able to scan the target box and find out, oh, there's the file transfer protocol. It's an FTP server that's going to allow us to transfer files. So next up, we've identified that there's a potential door. So what we're looking at right now is we're walking around the building. And as we're walking around the building, we try and identify potential open doors or potential doors we can try and open. Right? And so what we're now going to do is try and rattle the doorknob to try and find out more details about the lock. Maybe we want to find out if the lock is manufactured by a specific vendor, So I was sorry, there was somebody trying to get into the room there. I admit to them, but it's a little late now. But if you just join us, the session is being recorded. So it will be made available to you folks. So we're going to be looking at, well, we want to go and do a little bit more port scanning against that FTP service. And so this is where we're going to be able to go ahead and just type your Nmap so I can show you the different commands we'll use. And we want to go along and find out more details. So we'll be using all of the scanning techniques, port specification, and then we'll be using service and version detection. So there's a whole lot more involved that you can obviously be learning more. So in the TryHackMe, there's Nmap mini modules that you can actually go along and actually learn more about your port scanning. So what we're now going to go ahead and do is change the Nmap command to actually now go along and say, okay, well, we want to target the port 21 and we want to find out about the actual make and manufacture of the door lock, so to say, right? So we want to find out the service version so we can then go along and find out if there's any known weaknesses. So we'll do a -SV, so lowercase s, uppercase V is a service version scan, -P, port 21. We wanted to go and try and communicate with that potential door to see what that's running. And all right, so we've been able to identify our target service now. And it's telling us that it's running VS FTP daemon 2.3.4. So once we've identified the specific service, we want to go and look if there's any known weaknesses or vulnerabilities. So this is a pretty old FTP service. We're just going to go along and copy that. And we'll just go to the web. And we're going to go along to DuckDuckGo. And search for any known vulnerabilities. Even if I can't spell vulnerabilities properly. So as you can see, there's a couple of actual results. We want to always go along and see if we can find the NVD, the National Vulnerability Database, or your CVE details. So both will link you to them. And yeah, we can actually go along and look at the Common Vulnerabilities and Exposure Database. So that's going to give us details about that. And what is it telling us? Versions 234 downloaded between a certain date contains a backdoor which opens a shell on port 6200. Aha, so now we've got a little bit more knowledge. And so when you're using Nmap, you want to make sure, when I did the Nmap port scan, and you'll see the scan I did earlier on was just a general, let's go along and do the port scan. I didn't specify port range. And if you don't specify the port range, especially with Nmap, maybe HPing or other port scanning tools won't work exactly the same way. But here, I actually need to go along now and actually specify the port range. So if I say port 1 to 10,000, you're going to actually see the default that I ran without a syntax specifying the port range is it would have actually missed one of the main services that's also actually vulnerable. As you'll see, it's going to actually now show us dist cc daemon. So when we go along and run that, you will actually see the previous command. So just know that in the real world, obviously, it's going to take a lot longer than if I was just targeting one IP address. So you want to actually specify your port range. Let's make sure I can still access that machine. For whatever reason, yeah, it's still there. right? So when you specify, 1 to 10,000 ports, it will take a lot longer. So my major thing that I'm trying to point out here is you want to make sure you specify your port range. So if there was other ports open there, you would actually get to see that. So when I just specify port 1 to 10,000, maybe I'll do port 1 to 8,000 as an example. It's still it shouldn't take that long really, but we're using a slightly, not the latest version of Nmap. And when there's a newer version of these types of tools, if it's a free tool, always go along and try and use the latest version. So I won't wait for that to finish because obviously it's going to take some time. And we'll continue with what we're doing, right? So we were able to find out that that FTP server is running a vulnerable service, right? That VS FTP daemon, that's vulnerable. And so there's a weakness in that, and that was actually backdoored. And basically, when you log on to that FTP server and you log on with a smiley face as your username, that's then going to actually invoke that additional port 6200. So if you go along and you obviously, there's no port 6200. If you had to go along and do a service version dash port on port 6200, there's nothing there yet. There's no listener. So when we go along and actually run this, you'll see that service is there, but it's not open. It's a closed service. So it's actually saying to us right now, the state there is it's actually closed. So what we're now going to go and do is simply do FTP. So we can actually FTP, or actually telnet, so we want to actually telnet to the target IP address. And then you're going to specify port 21. And so here's where you're going to see us activate the back door. There's a weakness in that Metasploitable Ubuntu machine. Telnet, well, not installed. Wow. So Telnet needs to be installed in Raspberry Pi OS. So it's not really a hacker tool. We use it a lot to do system administration of remote machines. And so now we're just going to go ahead and telnet. And now we're going to go along and say the user. So we're going to specify user and then the actual user account name. So hacker, and you've got to make sure your username ends in a smiley face. So this smiley face is what's going to trigger that backdoor, folks, and open up that port 6200. So when I now enter that, you don't need to have a valid password. So you can just say pass is invalid. So it doesn't have to be a real password. And then you want to escape out of your session by using the control right square bracket. So you can actually escape out of that actual telnet session. And of course, now you can go along and do quit. So you can quit from using telnet. And now if we go back and we do the same Nmap SV 6200, we should see that it would have actually opened up that port. So we should actually get a response from that because that's invoking the back door. And as you can see, oh yes, that actually opened up the back door there, folks. So at this point, you would then go ahead to gain access to that machine. You can then simply telnet to that new port 6200. But of course, I did the previous scan again. It only allows you one connection. So if you did what I just did, you're going to have to go back and reconnect and then literally do this again because it only allows it one connection. So when I went along and I actually did to show you the service version scan, that it was actually listening for an incoming session. Well, now we've got to go along and do that again. User hacker, the smiley face, and then the pass, invalid. And then right control and then right square bracket. And then we can actually quit. Right, so there you can now see you can actually connect to that, and you don't have to actually put any username or password in there at all. So as an example, you could go and find out what your ID is. And that's showing you that you actually have root privilege. So what this does, it doesn't look very sexy, but you can now remotely execute code. So this is doing this all without any special hacker type tools. All righty. And then the last little attack we're going to be going through is actually pretty important, because a lot of times when you go along and let's say maybe download Kali Linux for a Raspberry Pi or any other system that's set up SSH, right? So I'm going to go along and actually close that session. And we're now going to go along and look at a very common setup service, which is NFS, your network file system. So it's a network file system share. And if we just go back and do that plain Jane port scan, the next service we want to be looking at is NFS. So it's actually got a remote network file service at least. So NFS uses port 2049, both TCP and UDP. And so at this point, we want to now go along and use some additional tools that will actually give us more details. So we're going to use the RPC info. Now, if RPC info is not installed, you can do apt install. So if you're using Ubuntu as an example, you will actually have to go along and install your RPC bind, and then also NFS common. These are just common admin tools, folks. So you want to make sure you've installed your RPC, stands for remote procedure call, your RPC bind, and your NFS common tools. So mine's already been installed, and I'm just using a Raspberry Pi, as you can see. And so now that I've got those utilities installed, those are standard built-in utilities that we would use to do system administration. Right? So excellent. And now we're going to go along and run our RPC info. But remember, if you've never used that command or that tool before, Linux is very handy because you can use the manual. Not all tools have it, but most of the popular ones do. And so as you can see, this is a built-in tool to report your remote procedure call information. So basically, your RPC info tool will make a remote procedure call to your RPC server and then just simply report what it finds. So we're going to be using the -P, which if you go further down and you look at the actual options there, your -P is to actually probe a remote system. So we're going to now go ahead and run RPC info -P. We want to probe whatever your IP address is of your Linux server. We're hacking into an old Ubuntu server called Metasploitable. And we just want to go along and actually probe that remote system. So there we can actually see and confirm that the NFS service is running on UDP and TCP. And we now want to go into doing a little bit more reconnaissance, because what your NFS is basically you can go along and set up a network file system in Windows. So if you've got a Windows server, you can go along and set up and install the network file system so you can actually remotely access a shared resource. And of course, the way this has been set up for that vulnerable Ubuntu machine is, you're going to see in a second, a way you wouldn't obviously expect to find in the real world. So the next command we're going to be using is show mount. So if you do man show mount, I spelled that right, show mount. Show mount is going to be querying the mount daemon. So we're going to be looking at literally mounting a remote folder on the system, and then we're going to go along and generate new SSH keys. So we'll be able to actually access that system with actually adding our own public certificate to the authorized keys, as you'll see. So show mount is again going to give us some more details about a remote resource like the NFS, and we want to go and query what is actually available, right? So what can we actually access on the NFS server? We're going to be using the show mount command, where we're going to go along and use the -e. So we want to show the NFS server's export list. What that means really is we want to go along and look at what directories are being shared from that NFS server. So again, running the show mount this time with the -e, so we can look to see what the export list is. And oh my gosh, this is something you wouldn't normally find in the real world, because you would normally only find something like a /public. And what these folks have done, so somebody made the system administrator of that Linux Ubuntu server, they actually shared the entire root file system. So as you can see right now, if I do on my current machine pwd, you can see my working directory. So if I go along and I say cd /, this is like going cd change to your C drive in Windows. So this is going to be allowing me to view the entire file system. So I'm at the root of the file system. So I'm at the root of the file system there. And pwd, it's going to show you are at the root of that file system. So this is a pretty severe weakness that you're about to see us launch. Not a very sophisticated attack, but effectively to gain access to a writable file system like this is not difficult, but it shouldn't have obviously been a weakness in the first place. So one of the system administrators obviously messed up. So now we're going to go along and we want to use SSH, folks. We've been speaking a little bit about SSH. And so now I want to go ahead and actually use SSH-keygen. I want to go along and generate a new key pair, public and private key. So SSH-keygen, if you're going to go along and use like Kali Linux and it's already got an SSH server set up, make sure you go along and you regenerate your new public and private keys. All right, so very important. If not, you're going to be potentially hacked, because we shouldn't use hard-coded encryption keys. And this is something they don't always tell you. So make sure you know how to go along and recreate your new encryption keys. There was actually a really great webinar from Black Hills Information Security on actually hardening SSH. So if you have a chance, go along and just Google Black Hills Information Security. They are great guys. They got a lot of free training as well. There's a lot of people that are looking to try and fix the problem of shortage of cybersecurity professionals. So when we looking to employ people, we can find people, but we're generally not able to find people that have got the skills we need. So currently there's about 3.5 million unfilled positions in cybersecurity. And the problem is getting worse year by year. All right. So we're going to go along and generate new SSH, your secure shell keys. So you can see it tells you, I'm going to generate a new public and private RSA key pair. And you can either give it a specific file name. I'm just going to leave it to default. So I want to save the file. Now in Linux, we didn't cover this, but when you see a file or a folder with a dot before the name, that means it's a hidden folder or a hidden file. Very important. So here we're going to go along and hit enter. And of course, you can see we'll hit enter again. So it's asking for a passphrase. We normally would have a passphrase. So if we want to use a certificate, like let's say you're using an email certificate, every time you access that certificate, you would need to use a password. So it's more secure, it's more reliable, and obviously better to do it that way. So here I'm not going to use a passphrase because we don't want a password. We hack it into that machine and we don't want to have to enter a passphrase when we use that certificate. So that's now generated the SHA-256 key fingerprint is, as you can see below. And so the next stage is actually going to be pretty easy. So now that we've generated the new key, we did this earlier on, mkdir. So I wanted to show you all the things we've been doing, folks, with the previous basic commands. If we don't know how to use those commands and we want to hack into a machine, guess what? You ain't going to be able to do it because most people are too afraid of doing anything in the command line, as you've been doing today, a lot of stuff already. So we want to go along and say, hey, we want to make a new directory. We want to make the new directory in the temp. Now, I know you know why, because if this machine is then rebooted, everything in the temp directory should be deleted. So we're going to now just go and make a new directory, mkdir, and we're going to call that temp. And we're going to use zeros, O's, instead of, so root with a 0. And you're going to see why when we continue to go through the rest of this attack. So we want to just make a new directory, which is in the temp. So it's a folder we've created in the temp directory. And now we want to go along and actually mount it. Like if you look at like Windows, when you go along and you set up the mount, or Linux, it's the same thing. You're going to be connecting normally to a remote share. So now we're going to go along and again, use the man for if you don't know how to use the mount, because you can mount a lot of different things in Linux have to be mounted. You don't just access it by default because of the security separation. So we're going to go ahead and say we want to use the mount command to mount a remote directory. -T will be the type of system we want to mount. And we're going to be mounting the NFS network file system and the IP address. And then we want to tell it we want to actually mount the root. So remember, this is a big weakness because the sysadmin set up the NFS service and unfortunately shared the root file system instead of just one public folder. So we mount in that remote server, the root of the drive, and we want to mount that to our local machine. What that means is that we're going to be able to actually copy our public certificate to that remote server by having this mounted session. So when we go along and copy it to our temp root folder, it will actually be copied to the remote server, as you're about to see. So we want to actually go ahead and mount that remote file system, which we've done. And once we've mounted that, now we're going to go along and check it out. We're going to be using the cat command. Now, remember, we're not talking about the meow meow cat. We're talking about concatenate. So we want to do cat. And we're going to specify using the tilde. What this means is I want to basically be copying my public certificate from the default root folder, which the default profile of that user account. So I'm going to say tilde / dot, so that would then take me to my normal default user, SSH, the ID RSA dot pub. So this is where I'm going to be copying the SSH keygen generated my public certificate, which I did. Now I want to copy this. So I'm using the cat concatenate, and you're going to see why I'm doing concatenate instead of CP. So now I want to go ahead and say concatenate, and I'm going to use the double. What does this mean? This means I don't want to replace it. Remember, this means I want to append it. So now I'm going to go along and say I want to copy my local public certificate to the remote server, and I'm going to specify the temp root. Remember, with 2 O's, because that's what I created as my directory on my local machine. And now you're going to know why I used the zeros, so that I can now not get myself confused, because I'm going to be copying this public certificate to the remote server, to the actual root hidden.ssh, and then to the authorized keys. So we're going to basically take this public certificate and append it to the authorized keys. And once we've done that, Shreya, you are an absolute rock star. Thank you so much. Awesome for all the help. This is why I love offering my free time when we're doing stuff in the community, helping one another. We all get to benefit. I'm just so excited to see us all collaborate like this. So absolutely, you folks will get a lot more free workshops from me, because we want to make sure people have got the ability to support themselves and help society by learning to, better control our technology, because everything is getting hacked left, right, and center. So once we've done that, guess what, folks? We almost finished this attack. We can then go along and unmount. So we want to go along and unmount that mounted folder. So we want to clean up our mess now. Once we've unmounted it and we had to reboot our machine, well, you're going to see what we've been able to achieve now. So now the proof is in the pudding. We now should be able to go along and simply say SSH. We want to SSH using the root account, but it's not going to ask us for a password because we uploaded a public certificate. So SSH root at our IP address of the server we've just been hacking into, 11.129. And we should not get asked for any username or password because we've just added that public certificate. And so there we're going to get asked, do you want to accept the public certificate to create your encrypted session? So this is just to say, hey, do you want to use this key to create the encrypted session? We're going to say yes. And now you can see we have gained remote code executed access, ladies and gentlemen. We are now on that Metasploitable server. Obviously, we can do ifconfig, and we can see we have that IP address. So we can go along and say, let's go and look at the Etsy shadow file. And we've got access to the entire, you can see their root account was actually using a very old algorithm. So for those of you that are going like, hey, Wayne, I don't understand what this all means. Google, or maybe not Google, but DuckDuckGo. Google's not our best friend so much anymore because they're doing a lot of tracking, but they're still a good search engine. So as you can see, your password in Linux, Windows doesn't use a password salt. So if you've got two user accounts in Windows that have got the same password, the hashes will be the same. In Linux and other commercial, so this is a free operating system, they use what we call a password salt. So there's actually a randomizer which makes your passwords more secure in Linux. And guess we don't even have to pay for Linux, it's free. Well, there's always a cost, I think, right? But yes, Microsoft really needs to pull up its socks because far too many people are being hacked because of their poor design in the way their Office documents. When you save an Office document, I'm going to show you that to make sure you understand what I've been talking about in a minute. It is actually a compressed file, which is very poor in their security design. So if we go along and we say shadow file explain, there you can see exactly what I've been talking about. So on our newer systems, we should see that we're using, and earlier on, I couldn't remember the $6. We should be using a much newer algorithm. And this has got a much bigger key space. So SHA-512 means your password's better protected. And once again, thank you so much for posting that link there. So excellent, folks. This is helping you understand what we were doing today is making sure you knew something about the operating system before we hacked into it. And that's the key point, right? So the last demo I'm going to be doing before we wrap up, and I'll then set up the notes for the workshop, and I'll put it in a shared resource for you folks. You'll be able to access it. And that'll be in a few minutes. I just wanted to make sure you can see I'm not just ranting. I'm talking about the technical details here. So when I'm telling you I'm really angry at Microsoft, it's because I understand the operating system. I've been using it since DOS days. And I can tell you right now, just the same as the Facebooks of the world and all the other big technology companies, their priority is money. So when you look at Facebook, it's been proven and shown so many times through documentaries and whistleblowers that Facebook build their technology to make money. And that means they're not even doing it responsibly. They're making money, and who's paying the price? Our younger children that get hooked and addicted to those technology giants that are building their technology to be addicted because they make more money when people get addicted to their technology. So this is the part where Microsoft is going to have to really clean up their crap. So let's show you what it is I'm talking about when I keep saying Microsoft security is not so good with their Office documents and handling of Office documents. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is go to my Windows temp directory, and we're going to show you how obscure Microsoft is. I'm just going to set up a few machines that I can drag and drop, that I know I would be able to drag and drop. So I will boot up my Kali Linux is a Debian machine installed with hundreds and thousands of hacker tools. So if you want to take this to the next level, you want to go along and start working with distributions like Kali Linux, or as you've seen, we can even use our Raspberry Pi. And if you want to go along and install all of the popular hacker tools that are free, we can go along to none other than Mr. Dave Kennedy, really awesome guy. And we want to look at his PTF, Pen Testers Framework. So you can go along and set up all of those same tools on any system. It's taking too long. Well, my browser's not being very nice to me right now. Luckily, we've